You can see obviously a very low cloud deck. We're starting to see heavy sheets of rain as well. We have seen some gusty winds going through the downtown area already. And again, this is just the very, very beginning of a landfalling hurricane. So we are definitely going to see a lot more gusty winds as we go through the next several hours. You can see that police cars are there on Cortez. That is blocking anybody from traveling to our islands. We don't want to do that. And also there's a lot of unstable road concerns as well now. Yeah, and particularly on these bridges. They're making sure that no one goes on these bridges because these are all shut down. We're talking about the Sunshine Skyway. We're talking about John Ringling. This one over here on Cortez. These winds are way too high for any of those cars to go across there. That's why those cars are stationed out there, the police, making sure no one goes across. And, you know, soon that really does apply to all the roads anyways, not just the bridges. So that's almost a moot point at this point. But that is just more to say, you know, how these winds are really affecting all these roadways. It's not a place you want to be right now. Absolutely. Again, it is time to shelter in place for sure. We are waiting for the official word from Sarasota County. And again, I keep checking on the website right now in very big letters across the top. It says leave now if you are in evacuation level A or B. This is it. We are down to the absolute wire, and we really are expecting to hear that they are going to be closing shelters, and then Sarasota County will also pull back the emergency officials, and we all shelter in place and wait it out. And we want you to be in a safe place. John has been really kind of reiterating the importance of being in an interior room of your home. Many of our homes have never seen or been through winds of the magnitude that we're going to have over the next 4, 6, 8, maybe even 12 hours or longer. This is a slow-moving system, so it's not a time to peek outside and see what's going on. Put us on. We'll show you the pictures. We've got some video here to share. Yeah, absolutely. So definitely don't go out. Don't put yourself in an unsafe area. But if you can shoot something from your window, or even better here from this Ring camera, that's a great thing you can do. This is from Josephine Madrid saying that their hurricane just started knocking down their fence outside. You can see some of the damage over towards the right. Looks like that fence is a little bit broken up because those high winds coming through. This is over here on Weber near the Legacy Trail area. And we're getting a lot of videos like this. I've seen maybe 6 or 8 videos I've just seen around social media that we haven't gotten official permission to share with you yet on air, but I've seen them showing that, you know, shutters being knocked over, fences, things like that. Now over here in Benderson Park, another video. You can just see here just the power of these winds. These palm trees, they're evolved specifically for this, to handle these strong winds. So when you see them swaying and moving around like this, that gives you an indication of how powerful they are. And, you know, those rooftops, those shingles, those are kind of start to see being rattling too. So you're going to be hearing that probably very soon as that wind starts to intensify. That video, by the way, was captured by a viewer who goes by T-Beach. I don't think that's their real name. Now go ahead. This is what you can do to help us out. If you go to our website, go to mysuncoast.com, click on the Share It tab, which you see right here on your screen. That's how you can communicate all of these things to us. We can't be everywhere. As a matter of fact, there's very few places where we can be just for safety reasons, but you can help us out. If you can share any videos like the ones we just showed you, giving us an idea of what the situation is like near your home, if you can do it safely, please do that. Go to mysuncoast.com, click on the Share It tab. That's how you can get all those videos to us. We can take that over to our viewers so they see what's going on. Yeah, we're not looking at the prettiest things here. You notice our cameras keep freezing up because of the weather. This is a live look at Siesta Key, where obviously we see lots of wind, lots of rain, and as we get toward high tide later this afternoon, we're going to certainly have some concerns about rising water there as well. One of the things about all these trees down we're starting to see, remember, it's been raining all month. We've had a ton of rain. Yeah. Now we're adding inch after inch after inch, and even before you get to hurricane strength winds, these trees, the ground is so soft it does not take much to bring them over. My husband is monitoring wind at home and has it between 25 and 30 miles per hour, but we already have 2 trees down. So, I mean, things are definitely just very unstable in the ground. That is why we're seeing some of the roads also being protected, because we're just having trouble with the saturation of the ground. Rain is probably the story overall over the next several days, but I think, John, is it safe to say that the winds are our first concern here as we ride through the leading edges of this hurricane? Well, yeah, at this point we're getting the hurricane force winds moving onshore. They're moving onshore near Sanibel, near Gasparilla. Pretty soon they'll be close to Rotunda, maybe already in Rotunda right now. Now, bear in mind that when we talk about a hurricane, when we say it's got 155-mile-an-hour winds, that's not 155-mile-an-hour winds
everywhere around the system. That means that the Hurricane Hunter aircraft sampled various spots in the flow around the hurricane, and the maximum wind speed that they found was 155 miles per hour. In other places in the hurricane, it can be less than that, much less than that. But in general, I think we're probably looking at least a hurricane force up to maybe 100-mile-per-hour wind speeds, kind of widespread right across areas of Sanibel as it makes kind of a brush with it. I don't think it'll actually make technical landfall until we get to probably maybe 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe noontime, might be a little sooner than this. That's when the center of the eye will actually cross over onto land. At that point, we'll watch the storm system begin to weaken. Might even be in the process of trying to weaken now as it draws in a little drier air from the south round and into the circulation. I'll show you that in a minute. And then as it moves inland, we'll watch over the course of, well, really 12 to 24 hours, the system start to decrease to a tropical storm, first to a Category 1 storm as it moves through areas of Hardy and DeSoto over the course of a 12-hour period. So think about that. It's going to take 12 hours to get from the area of the mouth of Charlotte Harbor into an adjacent county. So a very slow-moving system, just giving hours and hours of really battering strong winds. Got numerous reports from emergency chat rooms of trees coming down and power outages becoming widespread. So the passing some of the roadways is going to be difficult because of large trees that have come down in these roadways. The storm system will maybe eventually even make it out into the Atlantic, where it may threaten the northeast coast once again, might make a second landfall. That's possible as it lifts northward up toward Georgia and North Carolina. The whole system is probably not going to stop giving us some sort of impact, be it from winds, be it from rain and high surf, probably for about a day and a half, so it's going to be a prolonged event. Here are the wind speeds. Right now we've got more of a southeasterly wind flow coming up through Charlotte County. So luckily we don't have a southwest wind right now. The storm system is in a place where it's going to cross across Charlotte as opposed to just to the north. If it moved across Venice, that would have definitely been a worst case scenario for places like Punta Gorda and Northport and Inglewood, where they would have gotten the maximum amount of storm surge. They'll still get plenty of inundation. They'll still get 9 to perhaps 16 feet of inundation of water in that area around upper reaches of Charlotte Harbor. But the wind speeds are out of the southeast. We'll watch those wind speeds kind of shift around as we go through time. By the time we get to about lunchtime, that's when that kind of core of the winds right next to the eye wall that bring you the strongest winds will be approaching. So areas like Inglewood and Venice and Punta Gorda will probably get those wind speeds up there around 114, 90 miles per hour, around that figure, as that storm system comes on shore. When it moves inland, you'll probably start to watch those wind speeds decrease a little bit, but that's not going to be until 3 or 4 o'clock. So you're going to go for 3 hours or so with some very strong wind gusts and some hurricane-sustained wind speeds. The system then lifts out, moves through areas of Wauchula, Arcadia, Ona, and the wind speeds there could be the hurricane force, coming up around 75 to maybe 85 miles per hour as it lifts northward. It's a Category 1 storm by then. And then the wind speeds start to drop after it leaves to about 35 to 40 miles across the entire area, probably through tomorrow afternoon. When that happens, the power outages become more widespread. This is our power outage index, which gives you an idea of how you're going to lose power as we go through the day. And you can see these areas of red. That's the maximum potential for losing power, or the maximum density of people that will be losing power. And that is going to occur, especially in the afternoon as it makes landfall. It's around 2, 3 o'clock. The areas in red start to increase. Now, the areas start to decrease in intensity as we go through the evening hour and then kind of stop altogether as the system pulls away. that does not mean that your power gets restored that fast. It could be a long time before you get your power back. The crews will be working diligently, and they'll certainly be working round-the-clock shifts to get your power up and running. And some of you will get power back in a day or two. Others, it's going to take a lot longer as we start to repair the grid from the areas that serve the most people down to the areas that serve the least people. So if you're in one of these more isolated locations, it might take you a little bit longer to get your power back. We're watching still a very well-defined eye wall just kind of inch its way closer to the coastline. One thing that we are starting to see now, though, is a little bit more thunderstorm activity starting to pick up in this northeast quadrant. So that is an indication that perhaps we're not going to see the weakening that it looked like we might as it drew in some drier air. Now some of that moisture is being pulled back around the other side, and perhaps it might be regaining the structure that it had just a few hours ago. It looks like it might. And so consequently, as it moves onshore, you're still going to get those very strong winds. Right now, you can see how strong and heavy the thunderstorm activity is just near the coastline of Sanibel and Gasparilla. The thunderstorms moving onshore there, just giving blinding rainfall, lots of lightning, and getting very close to the eye of the storm. In fact, at this point in those areas of Sanibel and Gasparilla, you're probably getting into the strongest of the eye wind speeds. You're probably up there close to 100 or at 100, and maybe even a little higher in some instances right along these little islands. You're getting hammered, basically. And we're looking at a distance of the eye wall still being, probably, I'd say maybe 40 miles offshore, something like that. And that won't be until that moves onshore that you start to see a decrease, or the eye wall effect that we call it, when you get into that kind of calm section of the circulation of the storm. So you still probably have, I'd say maybe an hour or so of heavy weather here as this system kind of inches its way closer to the coastline. It looks like it's going to come right up Charlotte Harbor. One thing that may do is allow it to tap into the water as it moves into inland areas of Hardy and DeSoto, maybe keeping a little bit more strength as it does that. A slow-moving, lumbering system pulling in lots of moisture all the way around it. So we'll watch this system get closer to areas just to the north as well as we go into the next, I'd say 45 minutes or so. At that point, there are areas around Inglewood, Rotunda, Punta Gorda. You're going to start seeing some of those strongest winds move onshore with that whole area. This is the live picture now from Sarasota County, and you can see those strong winds kind of moving across. This is on Clark Road, looking west. And you can see those trees in the background. Lots of trees will be coming down as the rain showers just saturate the root systems. And we saw this in Charlie quite a bit, with the rainfall kind of saturating the ground and then the trees coming down pretty quickly. It looks pretty rough out there. I'm glad, hopefully nobody is driving around out there at this hour. Hopefully you're taking these pictures from a very safe location. But you can see the palm trees kind of bent over by those strong winds, coming in probably at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. Rainfall leading some ponding water on roadways, and we're probably watching inundations closer to the coastline starting to creep up the shoreline as well. Now, bear in mind, the strongest winds haven't reached this area yet. They're probably still 3-4 hours away from getting the strongest of the winds. I've seen situations like this. I remember during Gabrielle. Remember Gabrielle, just after 9/11? Moving onshore, getting up to almost hurricane strength, perhaps getting to hurricane strength. We're not really sure because the sensors were destroyed. But it took those signs and pulled them right out of the ground and sent them tumbling down the street. A very dangerous situation there. So that's why we want everybody safe in interior safe locations, because as those systems come onshore, that's when they really do create an issue with maybe compromising even some well-built structures. So if you're in your home and the alarm sounds on your cell phone from the First Alert Weather app, it's probably going to be because of an extreme wind warning that will be issued by the National Weather Service, meaning that those wind speeds are now approaching 115 miles per hour. When you get into the thick of it, as they are right now in Sanibel and Gasparilla, that's when you move into the safe location of your home, an interior section away from outside doors and windows across the region. That's what you want to do, and you want to bring with you something to cover yourself and shield yourself in case there is any kind of flying debris or glass breaks. You want something like blankets or a mattress. A bicycle helmet is a great idea as well. We could get some fast-moving spin-up tornadoes. They're generally weaker in these kinds of systems, but we have seen them do damage and still create some injuries, even death. So bike helmets, if you have them, take them into your safe room. If you don't have bike helmets, I've mentioned this before, sounds kind of silly, but even metal pots and pans that you can fit over your head can offer you some protection. It has been shown to do that in past emergency situations. Lowest level is best if you are not near any of the flood zones. If you are near those level A locations where you're going to get stormwater inundation, then no, you don't want to be on the lowest level. Or if you're going to be sheltering in the lowest level, make sure that if the floodwaters rise, you can get into an upper level situation. As far as the storm surge goes, that could be a real problem along the Peace River, along the Myakka River, areas in Charlotte Harbor that are going to pile up the water over the course of the afternoon. And for those of you who are new to the area, may not really understand storm surge, take the normal level of the water that you might have on a calm day at this time and add to it the water that's being blown in by the wind. And as that occurs, you'll get that ocean surge, that storm surge. You add it all together and it's your tidal surge, and that could easily be up to about 16 feet in some places around Charlotte Harbor later in the next couple of hours, actually. A 3 feet storm surge kind of moves up on shore. If you get another 3 feet, you'll have a 6 foot storm surge above tidal level. Now, what we have is a new product from the Weather Service called the inundation level, which takes into account how high above the ground level that water becomes. So maybe with a 6 foot storm surge coming up, you might only have an inundation level above ground of 3 or 4 feet. That's what we're going to show you on the maps. Of course, if you have a storm level of maybe 12 feet, a storm surge of 12 feet, including the normal tide height, then you've got a much different story, and the inundation level can be as high as 10 feet, 12 feet in some locations. It all depends on the geography, topography, and the bathysphere of the areas surrounding where that water is piling up. In areas of the Manatee River, you could be looking at 1 foot inundation levels, 1 foot above ground level at these locations close to, say, the Harbor Golf Course. On Longboat Key, you could be looking at isolated pockets of 1 foot above ground level inundation. And then near the mouth of Charlotte Harbor, that's where the biggest situation probably is occurring at this moment and will be occurring over the next couple of hours. That's where all that water gets piled up, where the water coming down from the rivers and tributaries start to have a difficult time draining out into the Gulf because of all that onshore flow. And you pick up anywhere from 9 to, again, even higher than that, 10, 11 foot of inundation, water above ground level. And that's going to go all the way up areas of Charlotte Harbor. So you'll be watching for that as we go through the hours. It could really create a big problem in the Peace River, Myakka, along coastal regions where the water will be kind of pushed into like little catcher's mitts of land. Where that has nowhere to go. That's where you might get some increased areas. That's, say, around areas of Inglewood, you would have that situation. The rainfall rates have been impressive and will continue to be so, up around 6 inches of rainfall, up 5-6 inches of rainfall, close to 7 in areas down here just to the north of Inglewood. We have a live picture now from Bird Key Yacht Club. You can see just how difficult it is to see out there in the wave action. You can see the camera kind of being jostled around a little bit. Very, very heavy wave action out there. Obviously, we hope everybody who has a boat has tended to their vessel. They've brought it in and they've moored it up correctly so that all in all, they'll be sure it'll be there when they get out of this situation. It's obviously too late to do that today. We could get some 16-foot waves out there as this storm system gets a little bit closer to us, as Ian begins to move a little bit closer to shore in areas like Bird Key Yacht Club. That's where the wind speeds have yet to pick up to their maximum, which they will probably do a little bit later in the day after the lunchtime hour. All in all, we continue to look at some very, very heavy weather that'll last for hours on end this afternoon, maybe as much as 12 hours a little bit later in the day, producing some very, very heavy rainfall and accumulations, leading to some localized flooding. This is Naples, and it's showing you again how that water is rushing up on shore there. They probably already have some inundation. The last time we looked at this picture, you could see all of the sand at the beach. Can't see that anymore. The water is beginning to move on shore. Not sure why those people are still out there, but they shouldn't be. Looks like the police, oh, those are public officials, I'm being told. Okay, they do look like they have police officers' uniforms. I think they're asking them to leave at this point, which is probably a very, very good idea. We have issues at this time with the water rushing in like that, creating a situation where you have very strong riptides near the coast, and should someone be knocked over, and we've seen this happen in Sandy. We saw it happen in Michael. They get knocked over by breaking waves against the piers, and they fall into the water. They get carried back out. 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Sarasota reported over the last hour. In Venice, we've had a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust. Punta Gorda coming in at 61, and in Fort Myers, a 54-mile-per-hour wind gust. Total rainfall amounts coming in this afternoon, the estimates anyway, approach that 2-foot mark in some locations. Lakewood Ranch getting a lot of rainfall as we head into the afternoon. Sarasota itself might pick up as much as 20 inches of rainfall. Not everybody will get that much because they come in kind of thunderstorms that train over the same area, one after another. But the system itself is starting to move pretty close to the coastline. We're expecting to get another update from the Hurricane Center in the course of the next hour or so, and I'm sure it will show that the eye wall itself moving across areas of Sanibel and Gasparilla, getting very, very close to areas around Rotunda and Inglewood. This is where the strongest of those wind speeds would be right now. Let's see if we can pick off some of the velocity amounts. We're not getting really good readings here, only 26, 28. It's obviously much higher than that. So I think what we're going to watch is over the course of the afternoon, those wind speeds starting to increase along the mainland of areas close to Venice, close to Punta Gorda, close to Charlotte Harbor by the time we get to around lunchtime or maybe just a little bit after, and that eye wall itself begins to pull up a little bit closer to the coast. Right now, it's just this barrier islands that is in that eye wall situation. Heavy thunderstorm activity to the north of that, producing those rainfall rates that have produced as much as 7 inches of rainfall accumulations already. That will become even higher accumulations as we go through time. We're in this for the long haul. We've still got more time to go before the whole storm system starts to relax a little. Let's go back to the news desk now and get some more information of what's happening locally with our agencies. Back to you.
Thank you, John. We welcome Kelsey back. Obviously, we will be here with you as we all shelter in place together. We are here to provide just a little bit of information as we get it in about what's going on. But for anyone who has not been through a long landfalling hurricane like this, we're entering a period where there's really nothing that anybody can do but sit and wait out the storm in a safe manner. Our meteorologists are back there working together, tracking. We will stay on throughout the entire storm. We appreciate any information you can give us. But quite honestly, there's not much to do.
No.
It's this horrible waiting period.
Yes.
But that's why we have worked so hard this morning to help everybody get to safety. We hope everybody is there and has done the best they can do. And we're getting word from Manatee County that they're pulling the law enforcement crews off the street. They need to shelter. We've heard the same in Charlotte County. We're awaiting word from Sarasota County. It's time to just be together and ride out the storm.
Right. I know it is interesting how, just 2 hours ago, we saw Charlotte County EMS and all their services were suspended when that happened. Manatee County, to reiterate, all services there have been suspended
And
as
this
well.
is normal in a storm. I do want to reiterate that because I know it sounds very alarming when you hear that, right, law enforcement will not be able to help you. They need to stay safe as well. So everybody shelters in place. We'll continue to provide, viewer videos and photos as we get them. If you have the ability to do that, that is great safely. But quite honestly, now we are just getting to the point where we're going to rely on our radio and our meteorologists and our radar to watch the storm come ashore and try to understand a little bit more about what is happening out there. On social media, again, we've been active, keeping an eye on everything you're doing as well.
Yes, and it is interesting. I saw some of my family members and friends that have started to try to send some video and photos safely, of course. Every time we've been asking our viewers to share their visuals, share their photos, share your videos. When we ask you to do that, please do that safely. We're not saying go out in the storm. We want you to go out and do that safely. If it is life-threatening, obviously we don't want you to do that. No photo, no video.
Exactly. We were actually able to get some video from the Bradenton Police Department that they sent out on Twitter. This is the Causeway Bridge in Bradenton just about a half hour ago. Looks a little different. Officials say that water level is uncharacteristically low, and John was explaining why that happens due to the circulation around the storm. If you're on social media, you're going to see some, very eerie looking pictures. Manatee River also extremely low. There's some pictures from Tampa Bay where literally it looks like the water has sucked out of the bay because that is how the storm circulation is going now. Now, obviously that's going to change as it moves inland and we see the different side of the storm. But we appreciate Bradenton Police for sending that before they went to shelter.
And Stephanie, some other video that we got. We know now that the Skyway, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, has been officially closed. We know this information, but take a look at this. This is a live video of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. You can barely see the peak of the bridge through the rain and clouds there. It just looks like it's serious rainy conditions. And the water, it's just, you can just see by just the little visual that we're showing you, the water extremely dangerous. No cars on the bridge because it is shut down. We know winds are now ranging between 50 to 60 miles per hour there. FHP has closed the bridge in either direction, and it's going to stay closed until this storm passes and the weather subsides. So if you need to travel today and tomorrow, you should confirm availability of your route, of course, by checking with our FHP website. But right now, we're just telling you, you really should not be out on the roadways. You should not be leaving. This is an unsafe situation. But of course, if you need up-to-the-minute information, we'll have that at mysuncoast.com as well as in our ABC7 First Alert weather app.
And again, we're reading from Manatee County that they do expect to be sheltering in place till tomorrow morning. This is a slow-moving system. It is going to be a long day. There's more than 100,000 residents, visitors, everybody in the county who was ordered to leave the county level A and B evacuation zones. Public safety officials say now we are all sheltering. As of 8 a.m., there were 2,500 people registered at the shelters. I have seen on social media that there are now more than 5,000 people in shelters, and that is great. We really appreciate everybody in the last couple of hours who decided that they did not feel safe at home and wanted to go to a safe shelter. That is definitely what we had hoped for this morning. Now those shelters are closed. The good news is once we get past this storm, the county will deploy what they call first-in teams. Those are fully staffed and outfitted teams that come with fire trucks and bulldozers, a bus, an EMS unit. Very strategically, they will go out around the county so that as soon as those winds go down, they can immediately get out and do any rescue and recovery that might be necessary. We have a quote from Dr. Scott Hopes now. Manatee County Storm Preps, they are telling us that they are committed to this response. That's where that first-in response is coming in. This is the best way to get the assets in place to assist our residents and visitors as soon as possible. This is the part I like the best. This is what we have been preparing for. Our local officials know how to prepare for hurricanes. We are in very good hands. Now we wait. Know that once the storm is over, if something should happen during the storm, if you need assistance, there will be people that will get to you as soon as it is safe to do so.
Right, and we can't stress that enough, that obviously our crews are here, the rescue teams are ready,
waiting.
But we are waiting, right? Staying in place until it is safe to go out. And, you know, for all of our residents here on the Sun Coast who have already lost power, maybe you are using a generator, and if you are staying here using that generator, we have some important safety reminders when it comes to using those, because obviously it's a dangerous piece of equipment if you don't know how to use it correctly. So take a look at your screen. These are the portable generators that we're talking about, that were flying off of store shelves. They give you power to your home when you lose access to electricity. So it is extremely important to know the only safe place to operate these is outside, not in a garage, not in a shed, outside, outdoors. And why is that? Well, here's why. Carbon monoxide is a colorless, odorless gas that can cause health issues as well as death at high levels. So, of course, you want to keep those generators outside, away from doors and windows, because you don't want to breathe in those fumes. You don't want to smell that because you can't detect it. And you want to point those fumes in a different direction, not toward any windows or doors. Now, since portable generators actually sit in one place for a long period of time, you want to place it downwind to point the exhaust away from any nearby people, your pets, your windows. You don't want to do that.
Absolutely. You know, safety in every possible way. You just have to think when we do get out. We're going to talk a lot about avoiding standing water. We're going to have down power lines. I mean, there's going to be a lot of safety concerns when we do, you know, return outside. But again, for the next 18 hours, I think I'm hearing from John, that is probably not going to happen, that we are going to need to shelter in place just to make sure everybody stays safe. The size of the swath of this storm, I've, you know, sharing maps with our meteorologists, seen, you know, the wind data extending all the way into Central Florida, into Orlando. You know, this is going to impact so many hundreds of thousands of people. So it's a very large storm. It's a very powerful storm, and things are going to be changing pretty rapidly over the next several hours. John Scalzi, of course, has been speaking with us all morning long. Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan is in with us as well now. They are looking at the storm, anticipating a landfall still a couple of hours away. And then because of the size of the storm, we're looking at a rain event for hours and hours and hours.
And it looks like we are getting some new visuals coming into the newsroom. Taking a look now, a live look at Sarasota County. This is Bee Ridge Road, just beneath I-75, where our ABC7 photographer, Larry Phillips, he is stationed right there. You can see on your screen, we've got some wind, we've got some rain heading there. If you just take a look at the water hitting the roadway, that's kind of a key indicator into how fast this wind is moving. Now, he is safely stationed under there. If you look really far into the distance there, you can see those traffic lights just swaying back and forth in the screen there. Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a closer look. Let's see if we can get that. Oh, wow, there we go. We're zooming in a little bit closer. You can see the traffic lights are just swaying in the wind. No cars on the roadway. There is one in the distance. I see some headlights there on the screen, but I mean, it's just not safe to be on the roads. And you know that. We've been warning you about that all morning long. As you can see, it's getting increasingly dangerous to head on the roadways. This, once again, if you're just joining this is near Bee Ridge Road and I-75, just under the overpass there in Sarasota County, shot by our photojournalist, Larry Phillips. And we are just giving you a live look there. As you can see, a car just making its way into the shot
home.
Yes.
Hopefully home. And just so you know, we will be pulling our crews off the roads as soon as Sarasota County pulls law enforcement off the roads as well. We obviously will not be in harm's way either. I'll be honest, I'm a little surprised. We're still waiting to hear that. And I'll be honest, I think one of the reasons is they really want to get everybody evacuated, and they're still working to get people put into the shelters in zones A and B. But we are all recommending, it is now stated in Manatee and Charlotte counties, shelter in place. We're waiting for the official word from Sarasota County, and honestly, as soon as we get it, that'll be the end of our live crews out there as well. We're being very, very conservative for safety reasons, of course. We want you to do the same. Let's check in with John. I believe he is standing by ready with some information about what's coming next. John?
Well, we've got the new track from the Hurricane Center, and the good news is it has not strengthened. It has the same Same basic information. It's moving to the north-northeast a little bit slower. At 9, it has the wind speed still at 155, making it a solid Category 4 storm. Sampled again with those wind speeds in one of the quadrants. And central pressure that remains the same as well. So it doesn't look like it will get stronger with the central pressure remaining kind of consistent and flat. 155 mile an hour, 190 mile per hour wind gusts as this storm system makes it onshore, probably around 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's just offshore right now, the core of the strongest winds just offshore, even though it's brushing up against Sanibel and Gasparilla. It still has not gotten those strongest winds close to the coast. We're looking at Thursday by 2 a.m. It becoming a Category 1 storm, just leaving areas of Hardee and DeSoto counties, inland locations. So it's going to take a good 12 hours to cross the Sun coast. A lot of time for the wind speeds to be around. A lot of trees will be coming down. A lot of power outages will be occurring. As the system moves onshore, it's going to kind of rapidly lose intensity as it interacts with the land, as it pulls in some drier air. All of that will also help it to expand its wind field. Think of an ice skater who holds their arms in close to their bodies. They twirl real fast, but when their arms flow outwards, then they slow down, but their wind speed expands, so to speak. And that's kind of exactly what's going to happen with this system as it begins to move onshore. Right now, areas of Boca Grande about to get hit hard by that one little line of showers. This all getting very close to Rotunda and to Inglewood, helping to produce there some pretty strong wind gusts, I should imagine, over the course of the hour ahead. I will say that the eye of this system looks like it might be in the process of trying to get its act together again and kind of reform as these thunderstorms kind of swing around the bottom side. What you'll want to see in a really strong system is all of these thunderstorms kind of aligned all the way around it. Right now, it's got a weaker quadrant over here in the eastern section of it, southeast, and also the northeast quadrant. It's got a reduced thunderstorm, probably because we're getting some drier air coming in off the coastline that's pulled into the circulation around the eye, helping to reduce the number of thunderstorms in progress there. But as this whole system lifts northward, we'll be monitoring it very carefully as it gets close to Inglewood. You're already getting some very heavy rainfall there, no doubt. You're about to get a lot stronger winds, I think, as this whole system gets closer. I'm just wondering what kind of damage might be getting done here right along these little islands where all of that water is beginning to wash on shore, no doubt. If you live in this area and you're still in that location, please send us some pictures if you safely can. Shoot them with your cell phone, send them to mysuncoast.com, click on the share it button and drop them right in there, or email them to the station. As the system starts to lift northward, I think we might see a little bit more of this kind of wrapping around and keeping the intensity still strong. But one thing we are seeing is that since it hasn't kind of moved to the east, it looks like it's moving a little bit to the north. What we're going to see is this area of flow around the underbelly of the storm lifting up and pulling in all that water into Charlotte Harbor. That's what's going to make all of the storm surge inundation rise to some pretty high levels, I think. The storm system itself now showing some big thunderstorm turrets on the southwestern quadrant. We didn't have that before. It was mostly only on the northeastern quadrant. So all of these big thunderstorms are starting to twirl around the center of the storm, releasing their heat. That's what they do. It works like a big bonfire, if you will. The warm, moist air at the surface is the fuel for the fire rushing into the center. It then ignites into these thunderstorms, which climb, release their heat, and then all of the exhaust goes up the chimney, so to speak, and that's what those kind of spiral bands are that we see from the satellite presentations. Calm in the center of the storm, that's what you will experience once that moves over land, and we expect that to occur a little bit later this afternoon. Wind speed forecasts for the storm system will start to increasingly come out of the southeast and eventually southwest, up to maybe 102 miles per hour right along the Inglewood coastline is the forecast wind gust speeds. Staying in the 100-mile-an-hour range probably till about 3 or 4 o'clock with those strong wind gusts coming in. The storm system moving in toward Arcadia as the wind speeds kind of reduce a little bit as the system weakens down to a tropical storm force strength system, and then lifting northward through Wauchula, producing power outages there undoubtedly, and also downing trees. We saw a lot of that during Charlie. Lots of trees coming down. Hopefully none of them on houses. That certainly will do damage and has destroyed a lot of the houses out there because of that. And then the wind speeds dropping down to tropical storm force or below as the whole system leaves. Power outage index shows increasing chances of widespread power outages as we go through the morning and into the afternoon. I think we're likely to see around 1, 2 o'clock an uptick in the amount of power outage because of that storm system moving onshore finally. And then as the storm system weakens, you'll see fewer power outages occurring, but nobody's going to be getting their power back until we can see the wind speeds coming down to where it's safe for the crews to work. So it could definitely be several days. In some cases, it may be longer than that. It may be a week or more before everything quiets down. Just a reminder about safe rooms. I want you to find that room in your home if you live in the path of the core of this storm, where you'll be safe in the event that it moves right over you. Avoid windows and doors, outside walls. Stay in interior sections of your home, stairwells or hallways. Bathrooms are good because of all the plumbing that goes through the bathrooms, helping to reinforce the walls. Those are good locations. Cover yourself with a blanket or a mattress is even better. That's helped a lot of people avoid injuries in these situations through other hurricanes. And don't be afraid to get a bike helmet or perhaps even a pot or a pan or anything metal that you can put around your head in the event that your structure is compromised. Safe place is the lowest level. If you're not in an area that is threatened by flood, obviously you don't want to go to a low level. If you're threatened by flood, you may have to seek shelter in a second-story location. All in all, we'll be watching the storm surge increasing as we go through the next few hours as that water is piled up in Charlotte Harbor. Again, for those who don't know, what a storm surge is the wind-blown water that's pulled in. Used to be thought that it was caused by the central pressure of the storm kind of sucking up water like a vacuum cleaner, but it's just wind-blown water. And it comes slowly rising. It's not a wall of water like a tsunami. It's a slowly rising water level that eventually inundates homes and such. What does the damage are the battering waves that ride on top of that water, kind of giving you a buffeting sort of situation. That kind of vibration of your structure is what causes it to eventually fail. Water level increasing. We talk about inundation now. Inundation is a measure of how much water there is above your toes, basically, above ground level. And that can be anywhere from 6 feet, really all the way up in our case to as much as 16 feet above ground level is what we might see in some locations. So the storm surge flooding locally looks like this. The inundation levels along the Manatee River will probably be in the vicinity of about a foot or so not too bad there. But you can have isolated locations where it's even higher than that, up to about 3 feet around, say, Bayshore Gardens. Around the mouth of Charlotte Harbor, that's where we can see the worst of it, is that storm system just...
WWSB doing a wonderful job in Sarasota, Florida. We're going to come back to their coverage. Right now, though, we have Courtney Jacobazzi. She is a meteorologist for our Atlanta affiliate. She is actually out in Tampa right now. Our chief meteorologist, Clay Osterly, is standing by to chat with her. Clay, Courtney, I'll give it over to you.
Yeah, guys, well, with the latest update coming from the National Hurricane Center just a few minutes ago, Ian remains a powerful Category 4 hurricane, flirting with Category 5 status, just 2 miles per hour shy. as it is approaching the Florida coast just to the west of Fort Myers, Florida. Meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi from WGCL out of Atlanta, Georgia, is in St. Petersburg right now. Courtney, it really looks like you get whipped around here this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in time for this to start, we definitely getting one of those outer rain bands with the very gusty wind and those heavier downpours. It has really started to pick up just in the past hour, of course, as Hurricane Ian is starting to move inland just about an hour to our south.
Courtney, when we talked to you last, it really wasn't too bad at that point. You were just to the north of kind of the first rain band that would have been coming through St. Petersburg. I know you guys did get a little bit of rest last night, but kind of walk me through how conditions have deteriorated since the last time we spoke.
Yeah, absolutely. I will tell you, I definitely have to widen my stance a little more to stay upright in order to kind of handle these wind gusts. As of this morning, I've seen reports of upwards of 40, 45 mile per hour wind gusts, so tropical storm force, and that was definitely not the case last night. We were talking maybe 20 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts. The roads definitely starting to get a nice coating of water, seeing some flooding in some of the medians as well. And I want to show you this. So behind me is one of the bays here in St. Petersburg. And if you look over off on the edge there, you're seeing the grass, you're seeing some of the sand come up. So the water is actually getting taken out of the bays because of the wind direction from this storm. We know that in hurricanes and tropical systems, you get that counterclockwise flow around storms. And so we're getting wind out of the northeast that's actually pulling water out of the bays. They saw this in Hurricane Irma as well in this area. And once the storm starts to pass by, all of this water is going to start to rush back in. So that's definitely something interesting we've been seeing here so far.
And of course, Ian is expected to continue kind of a north to northeasterly track over the next couple of hours here. So certainly getting closer to you guys. What is your plan as Ian gets a little bit closer?
Yeah, so we're going to stay out here for our noon show, and then we're going to kind of reevaluate because the wind is supposed to really start to pick up this afternoon. We're talking the potential for hurricane force wind gusts. So we're probably going to start to head back closer to home base for us and not be out in the elements. Of course, we know that debris could fly, that it's not going to be a safe situation. So we're going to try and, of course, bring the latest coverage for you and try and show you what's going on, but we also have to be safe. So we'll probably start heading back to home base in the next few hours before things get too bad.
It sounds like we're getting a pretty big gust of wind right there just now, and you can see Courtney kind of reacting to that. Courtney, I don't want to keep you out there much longer than I have to, but what are you hearing about, and man, I hope you're staying safe. What are you hearing about any power outages or anything like that in your area?
So far, I haven't heard of any power outages. There are definitely hundreds of power crews here waiting on standby in case that happens. But we have heard about the shelters, which is good news. A lot of the shelters in the area are actually full, so people heeding those evacuation notices in the area. That's really what one of the big takeaways I've heard so far.
Very good. All right, meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi from WANF from Atlanta, Georgia. That's our Gray Television newsroom there in Atlanta, but she is actively in St. Petersburg, Florida, as Hurricane Ian approaches from the south. We're going to go ahead and let Courtney get back in her car and try to get to a safe place here. But Courtney, we do appreciate you joining us today as Ian makes a closer approach.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
All right. Again, meteorologist Courtney Jacobazzi from Atlanta, Georgia. Ian, with the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, does have winds sustained at 155 miles per hour with gusts higher than that, and is at its closest approach to Florida yet at this time. And we continue to track Ian's progression towards Fort Myers, Florida, probably going to make an official landfall right around there, or perhaps just to the north of that area in the next couple of hours. So, of course, we will continue to follow Ian's progress throughout the day here on Local News Live, and you can tune into the several Gray Television newsrooms that are covering this wall-to-wall. What I want to do is go ahead and send us back to Sarasota, Florida, WWSB, for their wall-to-wall coverage.
Also, these shelter-in-place orders from either county. You're probably wondering, what does that mean for me? It's not just close the door and sit in your living room. This is something you're supposed to get away from the windows, clear out, go to a safe point in your home where there are no windows. Treat this, as a tornado. We heard this from Governor Ron DeSantis just hours ago. You want to treat this like you are dealing with tornado conditions, because over your home it is very unsafe. So, when you hear shelter in place, that's not just sit in your living room watching TV. You want to make sure that you are in an area that has no windows, no doors to the outside. So with that, we're going to switch gears now. Let's take a live look at Sarasota County at Palm Plaza near Bee Ridge and McIntosh. That's where our photographer, Larry Phillips, he's been working hard for us all morning. He is there live. As you look at your screen, we're seeing all these trees and wind just moving, providing visuals into what conditions are like out there. There are a few drivers on the roadways as we speak, but it's really ill-advised at this point. There are extremely, extremely dangerous high winds on the roads, branches swaying back and forth. If you're just joining us, we're taking a look at Sarasota County, where our photographer Larry Phillips is right now, providing us this live footage. And as you can see, high winds, lots of water kind of whipping across your screen there. If you take a look at the pavement, you can see the wind and some shrubs kind of blowing across on your screen. So if you are headed on the roadways, hopefully you're headed home, because at this point, or you're headed to an evacuation shelter.
Exactly.
Right now it is really just not a safe situation at all.
No, we want everybody to get where they're going very quickly and then shelter in place. The winds are doing some very interesting things. Also caught on camera are some pictures that were captured by Bradenton Police Department.
Yeah.
They've been out watching the roads, watching the waters, and also watching the waters recede. This is the Manatee River, where water literally has been sucked out of the river. John has been talking about how this has to do with the circulation of the storm, and the side of it that we are on right now is causing that water with the river literally to be sucked out. I guess that would be into the bay, and then at some point it is going to turn right back around and obviously probably quite forcefully be returned to the river. So we are, it's always very interesting to watch the meteorology that happens behind these storms, but we'll be watching it safely from images that the police were able to provide us, and not go out and look at it yourself. We do want to reiterate that there's stuff trending, I know, on social media of the Naples Pier with the water rising there. That pier likely may not be standing if it continues to rise in the next few hours, but we don't want people to go look at those things. Let the law enforcement take pictures. We will share them with you. And again, we're not going to get a lot more views outside other than some live traffic cameras that are stationary over the next few hours, because we don't want anybody out there.
Right. And we're also seeing more images come down from Bradenton Police, and we're seeing all of that causeway footage. Do we have that in just a moment? Producers, can we see that photo? Okay, looks like we're going to get to that visual in just a moment. All right, we're taking a look at Key West. Firefighters there battling this fire. This all happened early this morning from WPLG. As you can see, massive flames erupting from the roof of the building, completely destroying that. It's providing a picture to what these first responders have to deal with in these severe storm conditions. As you can see them just battling the flames there. Oh my goodness, take a look at this home. It appears to be a total loss as firefighters during this storm battling flames at that property there. And this fire broke out at 3201 Flagler Avenue. This is actually just in the Key West area, if you are familiar. Some onlookers there watching as first responders, firefighters try to put out those flames. If you're just joining us, this is an image out of Key West from earlier this morning. This is not live. This was pre-recorded earlier today, and we're seeing more damages. This looks like more Key West footage as those firefighters were there earlier in the day. We are seeing flooding in Key West. That area is so susceptible to that. This was a structure fire that happened earlier this morning as the storm started to approach the Key West area. These firefighters here were battling those flames for hours in Key West as this entire building just was engulfed in flames. Those rains really not helping put out that fire, as you can see. Certainly made for a messy situation in the Keys.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of the pictures now coming in after the Ian has, gone around the Keys and over the Keys, and some of the flooding is really going to be, unfortunately, quite extensive. So just a kind of an indication for how much rain we are really going to be seeing from this storm. John's been talking about rain totals possibly upwards of 15, 18, 20 inches possible in some locations. So even though I know many of our rain gauges are getting very full already this morning, really based on what the storm has done and what it's going to do, we are really just getting started.
And it looks like we do have those images, Stephanie, from Bradenton Police. We're going to switch over now and change gears. Here's the causeway. Take a look at this. This was taken by the Bradenton Police Department. As you can see, waves moving. This is just from a few hours ago. Bradenton Police Department taking this video for us, graciously staying safe, of course, providing us these images of the causeway. As you can see, certainly was a little bit calmer this morning, but we know those waters are expected to start to get even worse as these windy, rainy conditions start to pick up in Bradenton.
We're going to keep tabs with our affiliate in Sarasota, Florida. As you can see, they've got cameras on this severe storm, Hurricane Ian, coming to Sarasota, Tampa, that part of Florida. Of course, the entire state and much of the South is feeling its impact. Let's go out to Tampa. Right now, city leaders are giving a media update about the storm.
It only takes 6 inches of water to reach the bottom of most vehicles. So if you are driving around in 6 inches of water or more, you may get stuck, and then we may have to come and help you out. Our shelters are still open. There are numerous shelters located throughout Hillsborough County. Tampa PD has been actively shuttling numerous homeless individuals to shelters this morning. Shelters are still open, but residents are encouraged at some point, once the wind speeds do reach higher gusts, as we are expecting they will at some point today, to just stay and shelter in place. Last thing I just want to mention, as I talked about yesterday with the enhanced property crime penalties, in the event you are charged with a burglary or a theft, if it's a second-degree felony, it'll be increased to a first degree. If it's a third-degree felony, it'll be increased to a second. Tampa PD did make 2 arrests last night. We responded to the IKEA off of Adamo Drive to an alarm call, and we did locate 2 individuals in the parking lot that were loitering in the parking lot. They had numerous burglary tools in their possession, walkie-talkies, flashlights. It appeared they were definitely planning on doing something at the IKEA. They were charged accordingly. So I just want to reiterate that, property crimes are serious. Do not even think of, preying on the vulnerability of our residents that may have evacuated. Tampa PD is here, ready and willing to assist if anybody needs it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, does anybody have any questions? All good? All right, thank you all, much appreciated.
Tampa officials giving us an update. You heard the end of it. They discussed property crimes that do go up during natural disasters. A lot of times people prey off the vulnerable who may have lost their homes. They've had to leave their homes. Their home's been damaged, and they break in and steal items. And that is something that will be prosecuted, as you heard from officials, to the fullest, of course, in Tampa. All right, let's go back to Sarasota, Florida. Again, Hurricane Ian is really putting a lot of pressure right now on Tampa. On Sarasota, they could see winds up to 150 miles per hour. They could see rainfall that is 3-4 months worth in a span of just a day or so. And they're seeing very high waves outside their beaches. So let's go back to Sarasota, Florida here.
As you mentioned, we're still waiting to hear from Sarasota County if their instructions there will pivot in Sarasota. But, shelter in place means no driving, no going on the roadways.
Yep.
Stay where you are. You want to make sure that you're not going outside. Stay away from windows, stay away from doors. And obviously, this is kind of an interesting piece of information. I had a viewer ask me, what should I do if my food goes bad? Well, at first, I'd say keep your refrigerator closed. But if in a few hours power goes out, I wouldn't put my bet on that, because you never know what can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all going to be dealing with this together. Okay, ABC 7's James Hill was at a press conference just a little bit ago at the Sarasota County EOC. That's the Emergency Operations Center. We're going to listen in to see what he was able to find out. Okay, I guess we're going to go ahead and do the recap ourselves, Kels.
All right.
So here's what we were able to figure. I think we're going to go to a soundbite from James. We're going to see if we can effort that. But from everything I can tell, and James is our eyes and ears inside the Emergency Operations Center. So honestly, during Irma, I was inside Manatee County Emergency Operations, and that is really where you hear what is happening around the county. They have all the information, and they relay it to us. I think now we're going to be able to listen to see what James has been able to learn.
Hello, I'm Jamie Carson, the Director of Communications for Sarasota County Government, and I'm here to provide our community an update. Currently, Hurricane Ian is just under a Cat 5 at about 150 miles per hour. For your reference, a Cat 5 is, registers at 157 miles per hour. It is expected to make landfall this afternoon between Charlotte Harbor and Inglewood, which is located in Sarasota County. Winds are fast approaching 45 miles an hour in South County. Once this happens, it is unsafe for emergency vehicles to be on the road. The window for our evacuation levels A and B, the window to evacuate and go to an evacuation center, that window is rapidly closing. The weather is deteriorating. Leave now. You have a very short window. Once that window closes, which is going to happen very soon, you need to make preparations to shelter in place. Seek an interior space away from windows. Make sure you have your radio and your provisions. We will send out an alert to our community, not through Alert Sarasota, but through an automatic alert that goes to everyone in our community once that window has closed and they must seek shelter in place. Please pay attention to your emergency notifications. Currently, to give you an update for our evacuation centers, we have about 2,600 people in our evacuation centers and about 300 pets in our evacuation centers. All centers as of this moment are open. When it gets to a point, we're going to have to close those doors. We'll have people come in. We'll do the best we can, but it's really important. I cannot state this enough. If you are in evacuation level A and B, leave now. This is a life-threatening storm. It is essential. It is a major hurricane. All right, I will take questions from the group.
Can you explain a little bit more about that window of danger for folks, especially if, we have flooding that is going to happen from all of the rain? Like, how quickly do they have to move to get out to make sure that they're safe?
So for right now, we're focusing on the wind, right? The wind bands that are hitting us. It's raining everywhere, but the wind bands are what's really essential. When it hits 45 miles an hour, that's even for our emergency vehicles an unsafe time to be on the road. And that's we're going to advise the community that you have to seek shelter in place. The winds are starting to progress from South County northward. All right, so as those windows, that window is getting ready to close in South County. It's rapidly approaching to 45 miles an hour. So then we'll continue to communicate to our community regarding the rain and the water levels as those start to rise.
James Hill with ABC7. Can you talk about once it gets to that 45 mile an hour wind and how vehicles are encouraged, people who drive vehicles are encouraged not to get on the roads, whether it be utility trucks or somebody trying to seek safety?
So as we've been working with you and communicating to our community members and working the past few days to tell them about, the opportunities to leave and seek shelter, our evacuation centers open to allow for plenty of time for people to get set up. Once those winds, if you think about the average vehicle that our community members have, know this, think about our tactical vehicles, our emergency vehicles. At 45 miles an hour, it's unsafe for them to be on the roads. So it's unsafe for our citizens in our community to be on the roads at that time. So when we make that announcement, it's time to seek shelter in place.
Jamie, I know you just mentioned this, but just more than 2,000 people are in your area shelters?
Yeah, so we have about 2,600.
How concerning is that number when that's just a fraction of what capacity could have been there, and we're talking about 150,000 people in zones A and B?
So when you think about it, we have a capacity for 26,000, right? So we've learned some lessons after Hurricane Irma about communicating to our public. We always communicate that our evacuation centers are a last resort, right? It's not a luxury hotel. This is a last resort. You have to bring all your provisions. You have a limited amount of space. So we've been working really hard with our community to share that information around the year, not just during emergency. So the goal is that, we think that there are most likely, hopefully, some people that have left the area and that, are utilizing that evacuation center as a last resort. The numbers are concerning. They are concerning at 2,600. That's why we're advising our community members that if you are in evacuation zones level A and B, leave now. Go to an evacuation center.
Are you all getting your reports of trees being down, power outages? I guess what is it that folks in the community are seeing right now before the storm gets even worse?
So we're starting to get some preliminary reports. We have a reporting system. We're getting calls into our 311 center of citizens making some reports. We also have a system that's set up throughout our partners throughout the county with our municipalities and our local governments that can have reports coming in. So we are starting to see some of those preliminary reports of some damage. One of the points to make is that to truly assess the damage of this storm, we're not able to do that right now. That's going to be after. So another message I'd like to share with you that it's really important for our community to understand to give our teams, our tactical first in teams, time to go out there once the storm has passed to clear roadways and debris. We're not at this point. At this point, we're at the middle of the getting ready to have the storm impact us. Now is the time to think about life and safety. But that time for re-entry, that'll come after the storm passes. And we'll communicate that to the public. Yes, go ahead.
The numbers for the storm surge went up to 18 feet. What parts of the county are lower where that might be a bigger problem that you want people to be aware to stay away from?
So if you're thinking about we're a coastal community, right? So we have our keys all along the coast. You're thinking about storm surge. It's important for our community to realize that just because you don't see water, that you don't have that ocean view, you could very much still be impacted by storm surge. It's going to carry over. Another thing to factor is our rivers, our waterways. Just because you're not living on the beach doesn't mean you're not going to be impacted by flooding waters.
The north end of the county is typically floods when it gets water. Is there any concern getting to the University Parkway corridor on the Sarasota side?
We're concerned for our entire community right now, and we're monitoring all areas.
Can you take us into the command center at this moment? What decisions are being made? What things are being evaluated?
So right now, our command is working very closely with all of our partners at the state level, working with the National Weather Service, and working with our local municipalities. They're monitoring the weather reports coming in, making determinations. That 45-mile-an-hour mark is a really important mark for us. We're working very closely with our evacuation centers, making sure they have everything they need. You're thinking about backup generators, you're thinking about all the provisions. And our team, we don't just think about the now, we also have to think about 10 hours from now, 20 hours from now, and a week from now. So our team, in addition to focusing on the present in the moment, is already preparing and thinking about the aftermath.
James Hill with ABC 7 Sarasota. Senior citizens and those who are sick and shut in, should they call 311? What can they do to try to get help?
So for right now, we don't have that marker for the 45-mile-an-hour winds. So if they need assistance, they can call our 311 center. We'll help to assess and provide them information about where the nearest evacuation center. This is a community, all right? You're in a community. I like to say there's no such thing as an enemy in a foxhole. Now is the time that you should know your neighbor, all right? No matter what gripes you have about your HOA or what have you, get to know your neighbor. So we advise that if you know you have a neighbor that needs, as you're talking about those things, that they're elderly or they might have some additional needs, check on them, reach out to them. We still have phone service right now. Give them a call. We're a community and we're going to get through this together.
So you were saying just now that you guys still have phone service, folks still have power at this point?
So right now in some areas we are seeing, FPL does a great job of providing a power outage amount, so we are starting to see some power outages. Phone services, we're monitoring those as well, so that's changing by the minute as the weather conditions deteriorate. Yes. Yes, Annie.
Hi. I was wondering, should people who are not in the evacuation levels A or B, should they consider evacuating at this point?
So we're looking at this point, once those 45-mile-an-hour winds hit, we really are going to stress that you need to seek shelter in place, all right? So monitor your evacuation levels and also monitor with you, our local media partners, as we have reports that are come in of the areas that are of concern.
After emergency services kick off at 45 miles an hour, are the police going to be, any that are still out there, are they going to be pulling people over who might still be out, or is it risk what you're going to do?
At that point, at 45 miles an hour, our vehicles, you know, it's unsafe for any of our personnel to be on the roadways. We have to think about everyone's safety, to include our law enforcement and emergency personnel. I'll take 3 more questions.
As the 45-mile-an-hour winds hit South County first, will emergency services remain in North County, or will the county shut down at the same time?
So it's going to be a wave, all right? So as we watch those wind bands start to come in, they reach the 45 miles an hour in South County, they'll handle and stop their emergency services there. As those wave bands of the winds increase up northward, then it'll be kind of a wave throughout our county. All right, 2 more questions.
What's the latest you heard in there as far as the storm?
Well, I think it's important for us. We're all watching, right? You think about, you know, there's been comparisons to Hurricane Charlie, but if you see the reports and you look at the path, it's the comparison. There is no comparison. Hurricane Ivan is a stronger storm, and it's going to be a devastating impact to our community.
Is there an expectation currently on what time those 45-mile-an-hour winds will start hitting the county?
South County, it's imminent. It's imminent. We're getting reports and we're watching right now. So we're working with our emergency partners that are located in South County, as well as we have an entire room filled in our multi-agency coordination center. We have representatives throughout the county, and they're in constant communication and monitoring those conditions. All right, any other questions?
Once that happens, do you mind once more just going over the checklist of what actions will take place once that 45-mile-an-hour hit? We're going to get the alert, and then...
So once 45-mile-an-hour hits and started in South County, our emergency vehicles are no longer allowed on the roadways. We are working very closely with those partners to have that update. Once that occurs, we're going to send out an emergency alert. This is a push notification. It's not something you sign up for. It's an automated notification. We highly encourage that if you have electricity right now, that you're charging your phones, you're charging your laptops, your iPads, anything that you can. All right. Once we start going through that process, you need to be cognizant of where you are and start to seek shelter in place once we hit the 45 miles an hour in the areas. We remind our community members that we have customer service representatives. These are individuals that are located at our emergency operations center handling calls 311. That's 311 if you're inside Sarasota County, 941-861-5000 outside of Sarasota County. They'll be there to assist you. These are individuals that live in our community, so they're right in this moment with you. We also ask the community to follow us on social media while they can at SRQ County Gov. And we have a lot of information that we're updating on a regular basis on our county website at scgov.net. And we just ask the community right now to really heed the evacuation notices. If you are in level A or B, leave now. And we'll continue to work with our media partners to provide an update. We ask the community to remain calm and to stay safe. Thank you for your time.
So we've got our first tornado warning up for a cluster of showers and thunderstorms moving through parts of Highlands County, rapidly moving up toward Wauchula. This is Doppler indicated, which means that they've seen some spin in the thunderstorms that are moving rapidly off to the north and to the east. And there may be a tornado forming within that particular thunderstorm cell. We're trying to see if we can get any couplets visible in this location, but as we take a look at the map, let's see if we can find that. It's in the areas of Wauchula, and I'm not really seeing any couplets here, but it is Doppler observed that there is something going on in one of these thunderstorm cells, and consequently we have been issued a warning for that particular cell. As we look at this, it's a probably pretty fast moving cell, and what happens in these storm systems is as these thunderstorm cells kind of move in that direction, they interact with areas of the ground so that they slow the wind speeds at the ground, whereas the upper level winds still continue very fast. So you get this situation where you might see some thunderstorm activity that produces spin-ups very quickly in these moving storms. No shear markers here, nothing we can see that has any shear markers, so that's also a good sign. But the thunderstorm itself has again, maybe just move now into areas around Wauchula. I'm assuming this is the thunderstorm cell here that has been drawing the questions. Let's take a look at ZDR. ZDR is something that we can look at that can kind of tell us whether or not we're seeing anything that causes concern. Don't really see anything there. The storm system itself is moving off to the north and to the east at a very fast clip. The velocity readings, again, let's take a look one more time and zoom in and see if we can find anything here that causes any concern on radar. Don't really see anything here that looks like a couplet. Not really seeing anything that, oh wait, well, now we're getting something in. Hold on, let's take a look over here and see what we find. May see, perhaps that was it right there. May see something now. Not seeing anything quite yet, but we'll keep looking for it. There might be a chance of seeing thunderstorm activity that is producing a couplet. A couplet is basically where you have a radar range gate that shows very different inbound and outbound wind speeds kind of right adjacent to each other. But no, I'm not seeing it in here. The storm system moved very quickly, probably traveling at the speed of some of these thunderstorms that we've been seeing earlier. Might be this one right here, possibly. Let's see if we can see some shear data that might show it. Shear data might not be coming in. Don't really see anything here that looks like a thunderstorm. Velocity data, once again, maybe that's it right there. Velocity data, maybe right in here we're seeing a little bit of rotation. That's the only possible place where I can see anything that looks like a thunderstorm that may be producing something like an issue with rotation. Let's take a look at the velocity data once again. And up there it is. Okay, we found it. It's right near U.S. Highway 17 South. That is moving off to the north and the east at a very fast clip. Let's home in on that and see what we can find here. That system is gradually drifting toward the area, the intersection there of 17 and U.S. High.
So that's our affiliate in Sarasota, Florida. We've been with them most of the morning and now into the early afternoon. Let's go out to Orlando, Florida, as they are giving us an update about storm coverage in the central part of Florida. Now, we know that the hurricane is going to hit the western part of the state, but it could go up to more of the central northern part as it starts to dissipate. So let's go back out, let's go out for the first time, I should say, to Orlando with an update.
City High School. Esa es toda la información con respecto a los shelters. Ed.
Gracias, doctor Pino. Buenos días todavía. El Departamento de Utilidades provee servicios de agua potable, tratamiento de aguas negras y recoger servicios de basura, y reciclaje y desechos de jardín. Hemos estado preparándonos para esta tormenta desde la semana pasada. Hacemos ejercicios constantes de prepararnos para tormentas y no esperamos ninguna interrupción de servicio con respecto a agua potable o aguas negras. Con relación a los servicios de recoger la basura, terminamos de recoger la basura hoy a las 12 del mediodía. También cerramos el vertedero y las estaciones de transferencia de basura hoy al mediodía. Esos servicios van a estar cerrados.
Those are officials in Orlando giving an update on how the hurricane is impacting their part of the state. Now let's go back to Sarasota, Florida. Hurricane Ian is making a landfall soon in the Tampa and Sarasota region. Let's go back to their coverage, our affiliate in Sarasota, Florida.
Moving through right now near Wauchula. That thunderstorm cell moving off to the north and to the east at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, so a very fast clip indeed. As we watch these storm systems make landfall, we'll probably see more and more of these storms kind of moving on in and producing the potential for some strong thunderstorm cells with maybe some rotation involved. The amount of thunderstorm activity that we're likely to see today will produce these kind of very strong couplets from time to time, so we'll watch for that. Let's check the velocity again. No, still not seeing anything there that to me appears to be anything suggesting rotation that might have reached the surface. So that's a very good thing to see. Not seeing anything there, not seeing anything to the north. We had one little couplet for a brief period of time near Wauchula, but that has since dissipated away with this particular range gate that we're looking at now. So good news there. All inbound and outbound winds are looking pretty quiet. If there was a system, it looks like it might have moved on by this point. So that's very good news. Look how fast these storm systems are moving, probably at a speed that's coming in pretty close. There's one really heavy storm cell right there near Wauchula. That little area there looks like it has very strong returns, but I'm not seeing anything that approaches like a hook echo or anything like that that might suggest kind of circulation at the ground. As far as the shear markers go, anything popping up there yet? Briefly, we had one little shear marker pop up. Hold on, let's go back and stop this and see if we can find it. No, we can't find it. It was very brief, came through one little range gate, and then it disappeared. Watch, we'll put it into motion. There it is, and then it's gone. So it's probably one of those situations where a brief spin up occurs, and then the storm system moves on. That often happens with these strong storms that occur around the circulation of a fast-moving hurricane rain band. So we'll continue to watch for these storm systems to produce these kind of things, although most of what we have seen today has been over on the other coast where it's most highly favored, and then down to the south. Let's see if they're still having the warning up across the region. Yeah, it's still there until about 12:15 is what they're suggesting in terms of that. But I think that pretty soon here they'll be probably deciding that that storm cell no longer has the potential of producing any kind of spin up. Looks pretty flat to me, but very strong wind speeds. We're looking at wind speeds that are coming in at 30 miles per hour, 28, 30 miles per hour, wind speeds near 34 miles per hour in upper atmosphere. So this is inbound, this is outbound kind of wind flow moving across the state. This is one of the reasons why we've seen the mouth of Tampa Bay being drained from water, because of these fast winds moving across the region. Right now, the radar is showing those.
Our Sarasota affiliate keeping us up to date on Hurricane Ian as it approaches Tampa and Sarasota. Let's transition. I want to go out to our own chief meteorologist, Clay Osterly. He's got an overview of the storm.
Yeah, good morning, Ryan. To track Ian on a northward to northeastern kind of track here, really getting close to Cape Coral right now. And the Fort Myers area in Florida at the moment. What you'll notice is a couple of things here. First of all, wind speeds increasing. These are these little flags that you see on the screen. And one of the things that I want to point out is particularly when you see these white flags showing up on the map here. So I'll zoom in and I'll show you. Look at Sarasota right here. So that's a 50-knot wind being reported right here in this at this airport right here. This is the Sarasota International Airport. 50 knots, what does that mean here in the United States? Well, that means 60-mile-per-hour wind gust currently being reported right here. So it's sustained at about 30 knots right now, which is a little under 40 miles per hour. So we're seeing here wind gusts and sustained winds at least tropical storm force winds right now. But Ian's core remains down further to the south right now. Also want to talk a little bit about this tornado warning that's been issued just to the west of Lake Placid, Florida right now. Tornado warning in effect for Highlands County as well as Hardee County and DeSoto County. That goes until 12:15 Eastern time, so we have about another 13 minutes or so. The National Weather Service there says that a severe thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado moving off to the northwest at 45 miles per hour. So that's going to be in this direction at about a rate of 45 miles per hour. Now, I was looking at the radar data here within that thunderstorm. Doesn't look terribly strong, so fingers crossed here we don't actually have a tornado on the ground doing damage. I didn't see any indications of that. But nonetheless, when you have these landfalling hurricanes like this, any thunderstorm can produce a very quick, very hard to spot, brief spin up tornado. So it's something that we will have to continue to follow throughout the course of the afternoon. Again, here's the eye of Hurricane Ian right here, just to the west of Cape Coral and Fort Myers, Florida right now. And with the last update from the National Hurricane Center that just came out at 12 o'clock, you'll notice it says right here, eye wall of Ian moving on shore at Sanibel and Captiva Islands. So it is officially starting to make its landfall, according to the National Hurricane Center there in Miami. And we're getting some data from this area right here at Sanibel Island just a few minutes ago. Sustained winds at 71 miles per hour. So we're just under that Category 1 hurricane status there on that one. But we're seeing gusts up to almost 100 miles per hour in that location. So that's flirting with the Category 2 hurricane status on that one. So all in all, what we're expecting here over the next hour or so, as this outer eye wall starts to move on shore in these areas, very fully expect to start to see the full impacts of Hurricane Ian coming ashore around Fort Myers, Florida, and we will certainly start to see those wind gusts pick up as well. Storm surge is a huge issue, particularly in this area with some of these inlets right through here around Fort Myers. We actually just spoke with, a few minutes ago, a first alert meteorologist from our Atlanta station, WANF. They're in St. Petersburg, Florida right now, and you'll notice the winds are coming out towards the Gulf of Mexico because of the way that the winds spin around a hurricane. They spin counterclockwise. And so you'll notice the winds are actually driving water out of Tampa Bay, and they're seeing some of the grass and some of the sand that you normally wouldn't see because the water levels are starting to recede out of Tampa Bay. They saw the same thing during Hurricane Irma, when Irma made its landfall as well and just pulled all that water out of Tampa Bay. So we will continue to follow the impacts there. But unlike up to the north around Tampa Bay, water is just coming on shore near Fort Myers and all of these little inlets and all of these little bays. Big time storm surge expected here over the next couple of hours, and we're likely already seeing some of that. And of course, Ryan, we'll have to watch these tornado warnings that continue to pop up across central Florida as Ian makes its landfall. In about 30 minutes or so, we'll have another update here on the position and the latest impacts going on from Hurricane Ian. But I do want to send it back over to Ryan Piers and try to get you back out to some local coverage going on right now as well.
Clay, thanks a lot. Just double checking. So it's not made landfall officially yet, but looking at that radar, it looks like it is basically right up to Florida at this point.
Right. And so when we zoom in just a little bit further here, and I'll kind of draw it in. So this is the eye wall of Hurricane Ian right through here. And I know it gets a little bit more broken up on this side, and I think that's why the National Hurricane Center said that the outer eye wall of Hurricane Ian is starting to make landfall. I'm pretty sure that's what they said in their text. Let me just make sure that that's what they said. Yeah, well, it says the eye wall is moving on shore here at this time. So we're probably talking about right through here. At one of these islands right through here. So I would imagine this is probably Sanibel Island that's just off the coast of Florida. And so that's what they're talking about. So we will gradually see Ian kind of do one of these numbers. It looks like it's going to kind of skirt the coast for a little while before it just moves straight inland. So I would imagine more of a north to northeast path. So we'll likely see kind of several areas dealing with a landfall. It's just this particular island right through here is in the eye wall, the eastern eye wall of Ian right now.
All right, buckle up. It sounds like we're getting close. Clay, thanks a lot. Yep. We'll keep touching bases in a half hour. We'll talk to you again, so we appreciate that. Let's go back to Sarasota, Florida. They continue with their wall-to-wall coverage.
Of course, worried about their power. Florida Power and Light is reporting nearly 70,000 outages right now. Just over 69,000 is what we are learning in between the counties. So those numbers that we're seeing there, just a little bit updated now, and we're looking at really expecting this to just increase considerably. I'm reading online that there's more than 315,000 outages across the state, but they have unprecedented amounts of crews standing by. Tomorrow, when this has gone by, then we'll start to worry about the power. But hopefully everybody can charge their phone. That way you'll be able to be with us as long as possible. Let's take a look outside with some of our traffic cameras and check on road conditions. ABC 7's Holly Harper's here.
All right, here's what I'm tracking for you. I have been toggling between the cameras to kind of get a good look. Luckily, not too many cars on the road. They've heeded the warnings, but this is a live look. This is the northbound lanes here at Fruitville Road at 75. You can see a car there. Tons of rain you can see coming off their tires. And then, of course, southbound over here, the camera is bouncing up and down. So taking a look at our traffic flow map, this will show us any bridge closures. Of course, we've known about these. They closed a lot of them at 8 p.m. last night. So we've got the closures here. Skyway Bridge, I was just checking in with FHP. They have reported wind gusts of 65 to 75 miles per hour. Now, they'll close that bridge anytime it's over 40 miles per hour. So we are well above that. So closed to traffic both directions, and a lot of wind reported in that area. And of course, zooming into these bridges as well, Cortez, Manatee Avenue heading on out to the beach. Of course, those are closed as well. And then Sneed Island is closed, and the John Ringling Causeway Bridge. So the police department wants you to know a lot of problems when the flooding happens in the roadways. They don't want you driving around those barricades. 12 inches of fast-moving water can sweep a car off the road. This is from Bradenton Police. And then they said most flood fatalities occur in a vehicle. So when we get that ponding water, which we will on the roadways, some of them have already been flooded. Taking a look at the traffic flow map, I'm watching and monitoring to let you know when that happens. I will definitely make you aware of that, but they are saying do not drive around the barricades. Do not drive in the flooded areas. You definitely can't see what the road's doing. You might think you're on the road. You might be heading off the road. Very hard to see. So the warning definitely coming out when that ponding happens throughout the day, tomorrow. Those will be things to keep you safe. And of course, we'll keep you informed here as well. Traffic is sponsored by Roofing by Curry.
All right, thank you very much, Holly. And everything she's talking about is going to be very applicable tomorrow. Okay, this is sad. Everybody in Sarasota knows this sign very, very well. You are looking at the Sarasota Jungle Garden sign, the one that says turn here. It has been knocked down, definitely a bit destroyed, not being able to sustain standing in the tropical storm force winds that we are now feeling across the area. So that kind of a landmark there on the trail. I know hopefully we'll be able to get that repaired.
No, and we were always expecting these damages to come as a result of this storm. We've got more storm damage to show you. We got a lot of trees blocking lanes of Tamiami Trail, US 41, northbound and southbound. It's just north of the downtown Sarasota area. As you can see, debris has been flying everywhere. Rain and winds were picking up. Take a look. That's a full tree down right there in the roadway, and certainly causing a lot of visible damage, as you can see, and certainly making for an awful situation if you are headed out either Manatee or Sarasota County, which you should not be on the roadways unless it is a complete emergency. You have to make it home. You are evacuating. Look, we've got a car that was actually stopped, couldn't even make it through the lane because the roadway was so blocked there. And I think we're going to send it back over to meteorologist John Scalzi, who has an update for us.
I think we're going to look at Naples first, because I got to tell you, some of the things that we're seeing from the Naples Pier has really been sobering over these last couple of hours. Okay, first the water was well below the pier, then we saw it coming up to pier level, and now we are seeing portions of that pier submerged. About an hour ago, there were people out, looking, sightseeing the hurricane. The exact opposite of what we want everybody to do. We watched law enforcement come out and make sure that pier got evacuated, and unfortunately, as we continue to watch this live over the next couple of hours, it'll probably not looking real good for all that pier holding on and staying in one piece. So this is a preview, John, yes, of what is going to be moving our way.
Yeah, we talked about how we've seen that in past storms where the water just crashes over the piers that people are on. We saw that a lot in Sandy. We saw it in Michael. And then, they get carried out because there's such a strong rip current involved with those waves crashing on shore. We still have a tornado warning up for parts of Manatee for the next few minutes. But again, I just wanted to update you that looking at this storm system and looking at the velocity estimates, we're really not getting anything that shows any kind of a couplet. But where we briefly did for one scan. It looked like it was right along 64, just beyond 17, and in that area there appeared to be some sort of rotation in a thunderstorm cell that might have spawned a brief tornado, but it moved very quickly. It's gone now. I really don't see much. This tornado warning, I'm sure, will be coming down in the near future. We're not seeing much in the way of any kind of rainfall across the region that is producing anything other than this one area right here. We'll take another look at that again and just see whether or not we can see anything that might even approach any kind of circulation. Generally speaking, we are looking at these thunderstorm cells moving at such a fast rate of speed that it's difficult to find anything that would approach that kind of strong level. Clearing out the watch box, we'll take a look at the thunderstorm cell, and we don't really see any kind of a hook echo here. We do see some very heavy rainfall around Wauchula. Taking a look at the velocity data, we don't see anything that looks like a couplet here. Taking a look at the shear markers, we're not seeing anything that approaches anything that looks like a tornadic activity. So that's kind of good news. I expect that the warning will be discontinued pretty soon for this storm system that has a thunderstorm cell that at one point suggested there might be some rotation. Interestingly enough, when you have a Doppler indicated tornado from the Weather Service, according to their computers, kind of trigger that rotation, that mesocyclone, as a potential for producing some sort of a spin up that could produce a tornado. Most of the time, almost 75 to 80% of the time, it turns out to be a false alarm. No tornado actually forms when it's Doppler indicated. But nevertheless, we continue to follow it because, you never know. Still, no couplet on the radar, so good news there. We continue to follow that and watch that storm cells move rapidly away. There's another one we'll have to monitor coming in from Highlands County. That one may also have a pretty good rate of return on the radar, DBZ, so this could perhaps produce something eventually, although we're not seeing anything right now that suggests that it does. So good news there. Taking a look at any of the other estimates, ZDR doesn't show too much. No, I don't see anything here that kind of worries me too much. Nothing that shows any kind of debris around. So good news there. We're glad to see that. The radar is still showing those rapidly moving thunderstorms, though. As far as the watcher warning goes, it looks like it has officially been discontinued. So we're watching that go. So we're glad to see that. Shane, you have something breaking in your department?
Yes, John, thanks for coming back. All right, so another thing out of Northport, their police just posted on Twitter a few minutes ago saying they've suspended their operations. That means no more police coming in and out of Northport. They're saying for the same reasons we've spoken about for these other police organizations. Winds right now are too high for them to keep going. So if you are in Northport and you are having an emergency situation, unfortunately, you need to sit tight. It's going to be some time before you get any assistance. So far, Sarasota County, though, the sheriff's office saying they are still mobile. They are doing their operations, still taking in evacuees. However, you can expect those responses to be more limited as this goes on, as these winds keep getting more intense. They are going to have to start pulling back some of those forces. That's the same for Sarasota police as well. So Northport over there, their police are pulled back. Their responses are going to be null at this point. Not sure how long it's going to be until they come back online and can go back to helping people again. But just know for the larger county, there is still some responses, but very limited at this hour.
And I know we have seen these updates come down from Northport as well as Charlotte County, where they have, stopped all resources there. Really, Manatee County, they're limiting things there as well. So if you do need help, this is not to scare you, this is to prepare you. This is a very dangerous storm, high winds, lots of water. If you are heading out or if you are in need of help in either Charlotte, Northport, Manatee County, they are stopping. Now, you may be wondering why hasn't Sarasota acted quite yet? Well, the goal is here, it appears they are trying to evacuate as much people as possible out of Sarasota to try to get them to safety before they kind of will cease all operations there. And if you're just joining us too, in Bradenton, another service that hasn't been shut off, but is probably on the brink of it. The city of Bradenton is actually urging residents there within the city to limit your water use. So limit the showers, flushing of toilets, using of sinks, kitchen sinks, that sort of thing, dishwasher, laundry. You want to heavily limit that because the wastewater system at Bradenton is on the brink of overflowing and flooding.
Absolutely, definitely something to keep in mind. And always take these warnings seriously. Whenever you see these, make sure you're taking them seriously. They don't put this up lightly. They know we're in a bad situation, so they're not doing that to make your lives more uncomfortable than they are right now. You got to know that these are definitely very important, very serious. So definitely do that, especially if you're in Bradenton. Now, our producers are telling us we've got some images into our newsroom now. We're going to go and take live right now. That's from the sheriff's office. They put up a few different images showing the areas all around the county. There's a downed tree.
Wow.
Some flooding in one of the roadways here. There's appears to be a car parked off to the side watching it. Another tree down. They put up those three just to kind of give a bit of a look around the area, showing people what's going on. They said they are still responding to those calls of service like we were talking about, but they still want you to stay out the roads. And guys, I gotta say, for those of you, we've been seeing this on the live cams. I've still been seeing cars driving around as early as 15 minutes ago or so. Please don't do this. With these first responders, they are still out there in Sarasota County. They will help if they have to, but it would be great if you would not put them in that situation. Just stay home. That way you don't put yourself in a spot and don't need any kind of rescue, because that can only lead to bad things going forward as the storm keeps getting more intense. But just know that Sarasota County Sheriffs, they are still here for you at this point.
Yes, they are still willing to serve all of our residents here, as we are willing to serve you as well. And I want to take a moment to remind you, if you haven't done so already, I think now would be a great time, while your phone is charged, while you have access to internet, to download the ABC7 First Alert Weather app. So what you can do, you look for it in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. Type in WWSB My Suncoast or ABC7 First Alert Weather. It should pop right up there. You just search a few things. And once you download it, make sure you subscribe to push alerts so you can have information the moment that we push it out here at ABC7.
Yeah, all these big alerts are going to be going through there. That's like one of the primary tools we use to get our information out on top of TV and social media.
Yes.
So if you got that, then you're very well prepared. And what's great about that app, too, is that you can click on these specific tabs talking about your area specifically and all these warnings with a lot more detail. So if you're curious about, how it's handling your neck of the woods, all those certain impacts you're expecting in your area specifically, that's a great place to go that way. As we keep rotating through our larger coverage, talking about the entire area, you can focus in real finely to your exact area that you want to focus on as well. And then on top of that as well, I also want to mention again that if you guys can help us out again by sharing some of your photos and videos with us, also by using your phone, that would be of extreme use to us. We're still continuing to cover this and see more about what's happening in all of our neighborhoods. Like we just showed you those images before from the sheriff's office. Images like that are very, very helpful because it shows us exactly what's happening in our area, gives us an idea of what's on the ground level, which is so important as this continues. But make sure only do it if you can do it safely. And now, and we got some other viewer video. Kelsey.
Yes, Jane, I'm going to take this one. This is coming in from one of our viewers, Michelle. She is over in Venice. Take a look at this. Wow, you can see the water there. It appears that's a lake right near where she lives. You can see the wind and the water. That water starting to rise there with all those homes there down in Venice. This is right from one of our viewers, Michelle. She sent this into ABC7. Certainly making for an unsafe situation there. We know in Venice this storm is really going to have a lot of impact, but not just Venice. Everywhere across the Suncoast, we are going to feel this in some facet, whether it be outside, rising water, or perhaps to a smaller magnitude where you're just losing power. I know in Lakewood Ranch we were getting some reports of power flickering there. It wasn't out quite yet, but in terms of power outages, I want to remind our viewers, if you're just joining us, we have in Charlotte, Manatee, and Sarasota counties combined close to 70,000 people without power. So what does that mean? Well, in Charlotte County, it looks like there is about 9,510 people without power. I expect that number to rise.
Yeah, very likely.
In Manatee County, we have 21,190 people without power as we speak. And in Sarasota County, 39,250 people without power. No, that's not to just throw numbers out at you, just to kind of provide some information to let you know that power is going out. But it appears we've kind of seen those numbers fluctuate throughout the morning. I guess they've been repairing the power and keeping it go as we speak. So that's always some bright news out of all of this.
Yeah, a little bit. That's good to know. So that is encouraging for everyone to listen to that. So if your power does go out, it's important that you don't panic. Just go back to your original plan like we've been talking about for days. You already have this together. You've got your equipment with you. You've got your battery supplied power. You've got other things keep you entertained, food items, your action plan for your family, entertainment for your kids. Lean on that when you go through like these power outages, and just know that Florida Power and Light, they are alerted whenever this power does go out. You've heard us talk about this a little bit before earlier this morning. So there's no need to call or get into any kind of situation where you feel like you need to wave your arms and show that there is an outage, because they are alerted automatically. The only times where you really need to call is if there is a down power line. And actually,
it looks like we have
our newsroom. Yes, we've got a CNN reporter. Ivan Rodriguez is going to be doing a report to us. Let's go ahead and go to that.
Looks like he is live from Punta Gorda. Are you with us, Ivan?
I can hear you guys. How are you?
How are conditions looking where you are in Punta Gorda? Can you paint us a picture right now?
Well, I can tell you within the last hour, we were a little bit closer to the water. We were sitting at a park, Gilchrist Park, to be exact. We received an alert on our phone saying it's no longer safe to be outside or on any bridges. At that point, we decided to leave that area and come here to a parking structure where we're standing now on the 3rd floor. Now, you can see behind me to get an idea of how strong these winds have gotten, especially in the last 30 minutes. Look at all the way that these palm trees are moving. The rain actually just picked up as well. The rain had calmed down over the last 20 minutes. Now we're seeing it begin to ramp up again. We're also learning that around 330,000 people across Florida have lost their power.
And it looks like, I can't tell, is there power where you are right now? Looks like things are probably starting to get a little bit rough. So at your place where you are right now, do you have power?
Where we are right now, we still have power. And when I look across at other buildings, it seems like power is still here in Punta Gorda for the most part. Earlier this morning, we were actually, when we were at that park, a transformer blew and the power was gone in that park. But as far as outages here, from what I can tell, it still seems like we do have power. I am learning new information coming out of Naples, though, and Naples seems to have about 5 feet of storm surge, and that's passing the highest level that was set back in 2017 with Hurricane Irma. That level there was 4 feet, so already surpassing that. And at this point, we're still not even in the middle of this hurricane yet, and we're expecting here in Punta Gorda up to 18 feet. Very concerning. Earlier this morning, we were reporting 12 feet, and it seemed like a lot. Now we're talking about up to 18 feet of storm surge.
And Ivan, we know this is a historic storm, Hurricane Ivan, making landfall as a Category 4. So something that we've seen as anchors in studio, we've seen some drivers out in the Sarasota, Manatee County area. You're south of us in Punta Gorda, so have you seen people out on the roadways? What are driving conditions like down there? We know it is very unsafe.
Well, even just on our drive from Gilchrist Park, a little bit closer to the water here in Punta Gorda, to this parking structure, we already saw some down branches. Not trees yet, but down branches. A lot of palms were scattered across the roads. We're expecting that to get even worse. Really, the roads here, though, in Punta Gorda are pretty empty. People seem to have taken this very seriously. We don't even see people out on the streets, and that's been the case really going even back to yesterday afternoon. The town is very quiet. A lot of the businesses were closed down yesterday as well. So a lot of folks now sort of heeding that advice. Now is the time to shelter in place.
Absolutely. And last thing I want to ask you as well, what's the communication been like for you over there in Punta Gorda as far as the local officials try to communicate with everyone, letting them know what's happening to make sure they are sheltering in place and doing all the things they need to do?
Well, I think that definitely varies from location to location. Here in Punta Gorda, we have been communicating a lot. I think the biggest strong message that we heard from first responders here in the area, like many other counties across Florida, was that those emergency services were going to be no more until the storm calms down. So for those people who are sheltering in place here, they're going to have to shelter in place and also wait until that storm calms down, because they won't get any first responders coming to assist.
All right, Ivan, thank you so much. That was, once again, that was Ivan Rodriguez, a CNN reporter, giving us live information from Punta Gorda. And with that, let's check in with First Alert meteorologist John Scalzi. John, what is the newest information that you have right now for us?
We're getting wind gusts near Punta Gorda of up to 80 miles per hour right now, and we have had some triggering of some alarms down in southern Sarasota County and near southern parts, southwestern parts of Charlotte County for an extreme wind warning. Extreme wind warnings are issued when there is an issue with the strength of the winds that are being reported, and 115 mile per hour winds might be seen. The general winds around this area in particular are where we're looking at that strong wind flow occurring. I've even had some Doppler estimates right here. Right here, you're seeing that rain band kind of moving on shore. That is the outer edge of the wall of the storm. It has not technically made landfall yet, but it's doing one of the worst things it possibly can, that is skirt the coastline with its eye wall, so you get a spread of these strongest wind speeds. So areas like Gasparilla, Pine Island, maybe even up into Inglewood, getting those really strong wind speeds, and some of that occurring too in southern parts of Sarasota County. Let's see if we can get some wind speeds measured here. We got 72 mile per hour wind speeds. There's 134 mile per hour wind speed being reported by Doppler radar down around areas of Gasparilla. We're also watching maybe a little bit further north, seeing some of those really strong wind speeds occurring. Let's see if we can get some of that triggered off on the Doppler estimate of velocity here. So wind speeds of, well, that one's 30. See, it depends on where you are. We've got a 58 there, a 65 mile per hour wind there. We're now getting into the core of those strongest winds beginning to move on shore, the damaging waves. As the whole system begins to lift a little bit further northward, I think what we're going to see are the winds start to really turn to onshore. We have had winds that have basically been offshore, and that has allowed for some of the draining of some of the north-facing beaches along Charlotte Harbor. But now we're starting to get a more onshore wind flow that's really going to start increasing the wave heights and the storm surge. Right there is the southern edge of the eye wall. It looks like the eye wall is just now trying to move into areas of the southern part of, say, around Gasparilla, move into that area. But as far as the center of circulation of the storm, it's still not quite there yet. Captiva getting perhaps a little bit of clearing taking place right now as we go into the next maybe 40 minutes or so. We'll start to see this climb northward into southern parts of Sarasota County. Very strong winds. People have asked me about comparing this to Charlie. This storm system is much, much larger. In fact, if you took a look at the radius of this storm system, you could probably put maybe 3 Charlies right into the center of the storm system and maybe have room for half a Charlie more. So we're still looking at a really large storm system producing a wide swath of very strong winds all up and down the coast here. So this entire area getting hit pretty hard right now, and I'm sure there's going to be damage as we go through the assessment period as we move into the next couple of days. We're seeing Inglewood just on the fringe of some of these strongest wind speeds contained within these brightest echoes that we're seeing here. This is a very slow-moving system, so it may take another 45 minutes for Inglewood to get involved in the kind of heavy thunderstorm activity that they're experiencing just to the south of them right now near Captiva. Actually, Captiva might be coming out into a kind of a clearing situation, as I mentioned, in the eye wall. But it may not last, because as the system lifts northward, they'll get onto the other side of the eye wall, which will produce even heavier wind speeds. The second half of this system, as it lifts north, that's the ones with the strong onshore flow that will cause a rapid rise in sea level. The amount of rainfall that we're getting here too must be pretty impressive in areas just to the south. Yeah, 1.5 inch rainfalls, probably some 2-inch rainfalls as well, contained within some of these bands. Almost 2-inch rainfalls, 1 7/8. All of that coming down right along the coastline and producing some really, really tough weather there. We'll continue to watch the storm system lifting northward, producing its rainfall around. But right now, if you're in this area, right along between Pine Island, Captiva, and Inglewood, you need to be in your safe room of your house, no matter if it's well built or if it's not. This is the time you need to seek shelter. You need to get into that interior section even if you are shuttered, just to be sure that you're safe. But we have more viewer video of the situation taking place. Let's go back to the desk.
All right, John, let's take a look at that viewer video. We're taking a look at some of the damage from Hurricane Ian. Strong winds coming to Sarasota, ripping a patio screen open. So let's take a look at that video right now. Do we have that video, producers? All right, looks
it's
like
coming
we're
for
going
us
to
in
take a
just
moment.
a second. But yeah, I was looking at some like that before. I think we're probably about to see the same ones where I was looking at some of the videos that have been coming into our newsroom. And yeah, they've been bad, especially down in Venice, too. We've been seeing that severe wind. You see right here. Yep, that's the one I was watching before. Look at that thing. That screen just dangling from there because that wind comes in so sharply. That just kind of gives you an idea of what the strength is over there. Even like the netted, you know, screens they have out there, you'd think would filter out that rain, but over here, no, not enough. It just blasts right through it.
And you know, Shane, you know, talking about the strength of those hurricane winds. Okay, we got to talk about this. I saw this little piece of history that was shared from ABC just now. Only 4 hurricanes on record have made landfall in history with winds above 155 miles per hour. The first one on record was called the Labor Day hurricane before we started using this name system of hurricanes here within the National Weather Service. And that was with winds of 185 miles per hour back in 1935. That was the Labor Day storm. So speeding it up now to the most recent before Hurricane Ian was Hurricane Michael with winds at 160 miles per hour before Michael made landfall. And I think that's just so important to provide, you know, just some context, some history here with how significant, how historic Hurricane Ian is here, and it's here in Florida on the Sun Coast, approaching Naples, Venice, what have you. It is here and making history.
Yeah, and I think that is probably starting to become a lot more obvious to people today versus yesterday, because the other day I was out and about in Siesta Key driving around for the evacuations, talking to a few folks, and I was kind of surprised by some of the attitudes I saw there. I saw, you know, a handful of people kind of pulled over and kind of chatting with me on the side of the road, asking about the reporting, and, you know, they're just going to give it a shrug, said, hey, I'm from Florida, I've seen hurricanes, whatever, I'm just going to hang out at home for a little bit. Not a big deal, but we're seeing right now that it is a big deal. It's not just any other hurricane you've been through. There's a lot of people in our newsroom who have been through many hurricanes in the past, and they can tell you that this one is a lot more serious than the ones in the past. So just know that, hold on, we're getting another alert right now.
Very good.
A public safety alert about winds at 45 miles an hour. Emergency vehicles no longer responding from Center Road South. So
that's Sarasota County then, because we're in Sarasota County. Okay, so that looks like, Shane, what he had just mentioned. We just got this alert into our phones here within ABC 7 studios for Sarasota County. What that means is emergency vehicles cannot help you in Sarasota County. So this is breaking information. This was pushed out as a public safety alert from our local government to let you know that help will not arrive in time. If you have an emergency, they're stopping because winds have now reached above 45 miles per hour here in the Sarasota area. So that is the newest information we do have. Certainly important for you to know. We've seen it in Manatee County. We've seen it in Northport. We've seen it in Charlotte County. And it looks like now, officially, in Sarasota County, emergency services have stopped.
Everything cut off. And then it also goes for, you know, not just the emergency vehicles, but also the police as well. James Hill had sent in a report about, 10 minutes before this, saying that the police had been rolling back their services.
All right, as you were just listening to our station in Sarasota, Florida, they just announced that officials are rolling back their services because, Clay, they had mentioned that the wind has reached a certain point where they are not going to help people anymore. So those who chose to stay need to, they're basically essentially on their own. So welcome back to Local News Live. We're bringing you back to Local News Live headquarters so we can check in with our chief meteorologist, Clay Osterly. And Clay, what can you tell us about how hard the winds are blowing at this point?
Well, we're seeing winds, and as WWSB just mentioned, with those emergency operations vehicles ceasing operations at this point, they were talking about 45-mile-per-hour winds. That's kind of their threshold, they said. And so that is the unfortunate part of staying when a mandatory evacuation is ordered for your area, is at a certain point, emergency services stop responding. And as you mentioned, you are on your own. And so I'm keeping my thoughts with all of those people at this point. But yeah, to your question about the winds, let's take a look here. Now, Sarasota up here just a little bit, right in between this icon and this icon. What I want to show you here, and we'll just zoom in a little bit closer so you can see Sarasota right here. This is the Sarasota International Airport right here under this icon. And when you see wind icons, because that's what we're looking at right now, with a little flag on the end of it. That's an automatic 50-knot wind, and then they're adding a little bit onto that. So the last official observation they have is a 55-knot wind that's going to be in the range of about 65 miles per hour on the wind gust right there. Looks like it's sustained at 31 knots. You're going to be flirting with the upper end of the 30-mile-per-hour range on that, if maybe not closer to a little bit closer to the 40-mile-per-hour range. So that's where we are right now. Sustained winds and then wind gusts up over 60 miles per hour right there at the Sarasota International Airport. So that's why they're saying that they have halted emergency operations at this point. Wanted to update you here on the position of Hurricane Ian. Still a powerful Category 4 hurricane right now with winds of 155 miles per hour, gusts higher than that. According to the National Hurricane Center there in Miami, Ian has made an official landfall right here at the Captiva Islands and the Sanibel Islands. That's this little island right here, right off the coast of Cape Coral and Fort Myers, Florida. This is the eye of Hurricane Ian right through here. It's a little more than 30 miles wide from north to south there. But what we're continuing to see is a general direction up to the north to northeast. So it's going to skirt the coast for a little while before it starts to run into this little curve in the landmass there where it'll officially make a little bit more of a push inland. We have had some tornado warnings at times, particularly across central Florida near the Everglades as well. But at this moment, we do not have any tornado warnings in effect. But I can tell you, look at this right here around Punta Gorda. Let's take a look at this one. This is a big wind gust right here, 69 knots. You're talking about upwards to 80 miles per hour at this point. So we're really getting some big wind gusts coming ashore. This is the outer eye wall of Ian right through here. So they are starting to get close to some of the worst impacts that they are going to see over the next couple of hours. Big storm surge. I wanted to talk to you a little bit more about the storm surge aspect of this. This is a graphic here at Naples, Florida, and this right here, this blue line, this is the tide forecast. You'll notice this is low tide, this is high tide. Notice how the gauge kind of followed those tides pretty well. And then now that the storm surge is coming in, shooting up. They're over major flooding category already at the Gulf of Mexico, at the Naples, Florida beach right there, and still rising. And unfortunate news here. This is the really unfortunate news. You're not at peak high tide yet in that area. So more to go, several hours of more storm surge to stack up on top of that. Plus high tide hasn't reached its peak yet. We're going to see major storm surge as a result of that near Naples, Florida here over the next couple of hours. So I'll bring back the radar picture for you, show you. I'll put this into motion. And once this loads up, you'll notice the general direction here. This is Naples right through here. So again, all of this wind is coming onshore at Naples right now. And all of these little inlets around Cape Coral and Fort Myers dealing with the brunt of the storm surge, the onshore flow from Hurricane Ian coming right through here right now into this inlet. Luckily for Tampa Bay up here to the north, you'll notice the winds are blowing offshore. And we actually had a report from one of our first alert meteorologists at WANF out of Atlanta, Georgia. She's in St. Petersburg, which is right here. She was mentioning that the winds and the rain have certainly picked up, but she's actually noticing water being pushed out of the Tampa Bay and water levels receding. We saw the same thing with Hurricane Irma as it passed by, but you'll notice that the winds are certainly blowing out of the Tampa Bay and towards the Gulf of Mexico, so water levels not too bad through there right now. Of course, those water levels will return to normal as Ian progresses off to the north, but right now we are certainly starting to see the worst of it, and we can't officially report that Hurricane Ian has made a landfall on the western coast of Florida.
All right, Clay, and I wanted to ask you a question before we go back to Sarasota, Florida. For people who are watching that are not familiar with Florida here, and let's go ahead and bring down those graphics for us. Thank you. All right, and for those of us who are not familiar with Florida, we're focusing in on our Sarasota, Florida station.
Sure.
Can you kind of give us some context about where Sarasota is in relation to this storm? And after you do that, I also want you to help us understand the categories and where Hurricane Ian lies right now, where Hurricane Ian stands as far as categories go.
Okay, so to answer your question about Sarasota in context to where the eye of Hurricane Ian is right now, I'll stop this for you and I can just show you on the map. So Ian is right here. This is the dead center of Ian's eye, but keep in mind that the whole eye itself is about 30 miles or a little bit more wide. So we're seeing impacts along that whole area right through here. Sarasota is right here. I'll circle it for you here. Sarasota is right here. That's where Sarasota is. And of course, this is the eye wall of Hurricane Ian, kind of making a movement kind of like this right now. And so we're certainly expecting Sarasota to get worse as far as conditions go over the next couple of hours because of Ian's motion up to the north. So I'll zoom in again just to show you so you can actually see it. There's St. Petersburg right here. This is Sarasota, Florida. And then this is the eye wall of Hurricane Ian right here. So I can't tell you the exact distance between the outer edge of that eye wall and Sarasota right now, but I'd have to imagine it's got to be at least 50 miles or less at this point between these two locations, and certainly expecting it to get worse as we go throughout the day. Let's talk about the categories because you had mentioned that. And the best way for me to show that is to pull up a graphic here from the National Hurricane Center, and I can show you a little bit. But Hurricane Ian right now is a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 155 miles per hour. And
Clay, why don't you work on popping that up? Because I know sometimes it's difficult.
Here it is.
You've got it. All
yeah,
right,
here
let's
it is
go
right
straight
here.
back to Clay.
And so this is a look at it right here. So there's a 1 to 5 scale. We're here at the Category 4 status right now. Catastrophic wind damage will occur. Well-built frame houses will sustain damage with a loss of most of the roof structures and some exterior walls. Most trees will be snapped or uprooted. Power poles down, of course. Fallen trees and power poles will isolate residential areas, just basically meaning that it's going to be hard to get people out. They're going to be trapped by debris, and it's going to be hard for people to get in as well, to get to people that might need help. Power outages will last for weeks to possibly months. Most of the area will be uninhabitable for weeks or months. Now, we're talking about the area that is specifically being impacted by the worst of the storm, right? But there are far-reaching impacts due to a hurricane. Inland flooding, inland tornadoes. The storm surge doesn't just happen right where the eye comes ashore. There's a far-reaching impact from that as well. And we're seeing storm surge problems all the way on the east coast of Florida, right now making landfall on the west coast of Florida. So what I do want to point out a little bit more is the fact that we're here at the Category 4 status with winds of 155 miles per hour right there. As soon as, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this doesn't happen, but as soon as it gets to 157 miles per hour, we're at a Category 5 hurricane. So we're only short 2 miles per hour on the wind speed right now as it stands with these categories. So that I think that answers both of your questions there. Victoria, they have a long ways to go as Hurricane Ian is slowly moving. It's not moving as fast as it was. In fact, let's see what the latest motion is. About 9 miles per hour. Yesterday, it was moving 10 plus miles per hour. So it's not moving fast. It's slowed down some and expected to kind of meander right about where it is, not moving very fast at all. And eventually it will pick up speed, but it's got a lot of wind and heavy rain to bring along with it right now, not to mention the storm surge that's already stacking up as we showed you a few minutes ago.
All right, well, Chief Meteorologist Clay Osterly, thank you so much for joining us. We are going to have him pop on about every 30 minutes or so to kind of give you context, looking from a national perspective before we zoom back into the Sarasota, Florida local perspective. Thank you so much for that, Clay.
Absolutely.
And I did want to share with you some videos that I've been pulling as well. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he is stressing that people in Ian's path along the coast should rush to the the safest possible shelter and stay there. And I wanted to play for you a video where an emergency Manatee County official, he actually got emotional talking about people evacuating and why it's important. This is Dr. Scott Hopes. He's the county administrator for Manatee County, Florida. So let's go ahead and play this clip for you now.
We ordered over 120,000 evacuations yesterday and only have about 3,000 people in our shelters. So hopefully you evacuated to a friend's house or another safe location in Florida or in Manatee County, because we're about to feel the brunt of a near Category 5 hurricane in our area.
All right, that was the latest, county official there getting emotional in Manatee County. All right, so I did want to share with you some news from FEMA. FEMA is the national organization, the national agency that comes and helps communities on the federal level. So let's go ahead and share with you what they're up to right now. So this is some video here of FEMA in Washington, D.C. 200 to 300 people are right now working at FEMA's Coordination Center for Hurricane Ian. And we do know several FEMA officials have been prepping with state leaders to make sure that they can have as much help as they can. And speaking of Washington, we do know that Senator Mitch McConnell has said feds have met all requests from Florida ahead of the hurricane. So I did want to play some comments from him about how they're helping. So let's go ahead and take a listen to Mitch McConnell.
Thus far, every request Florida has made of the federal government has been approved. The bipartisan government funding bill the Senate is on track to pass this week will ensure the Federal Disaster Relief Fund is fully resourced at this critical moment. We're all keeping the people of Florida at the forefront of our thoughts. We'll stand ready to help our colleagues from Florida, the governor, and local officials however we can.
All right, that was the latest from Senator Mitch McConnell. We are continuing to gather content for you from the national level to share that with you every time we zoom out in terms of coverage. Right now, we're going to zoom back into our station in Sarasota, Florida, as they are reporting around the clock and giving updates about this hurricane, Hurricane Ian, that's damaging winds have begun to hit Florida's southwest coast. So let's go ahead and get you back to Sarasota, Florida, and our station WWSB.
County, that was to notify them that our emergency services are no longer on the roadways south of Center Road. Shortly, we're looking at putting out another notification regarding State Road 681. So what that means is that we are now at sustained 45 mile an hour winds. When sustained 45 mile an hour of winds, it's no longer safe for our emergency vehicles to be on the road. So it's no longer safe for our citizens to be on the road. Now is the time for you to shelter in place. I'll go ahead and take some questions.
We know that there are so many personnel in the building right now still actively trying to help residents, even though the roads aren't safe to drive across. Can you just talk to us about what's happening in this building? What resources are there if people are stuck or in a jam because of the storm?
So I'm sure you probably have seen our sheriff. They are responsible for our public emergency communications center that's located at the top of our emergency operations center. They put out some great information. I would advise our community to follow them on social media. They talked about the resources they have available if individuals are calling into 911. We also can take in calls to our 311 center that's also located at the top of our emergency operations center. We can provide additional information about what does shelter in place mean. Right, so sheltering in place means that you want to find the most center location in your home. You want to put as many walls between you and the exterior of your home. We're working the best we're getting calls, we're getting things through social media from people outside of the county asking for us if we could check on their residents. At this time, we're doing the best that we can, as we are getting some reports that cell phone service is being interrupted, as well as power.
From the last update you gave us just a couple of hours ago, I mean, your numbers doubled in the shelter. So what does that continue to tell you about people who are heating the morning?
We have a very smart community. A very smart community. They understand the importance of heeding the evacuation notices. I'd like to thank our media partners for sharing this information with our community. We're taking this seriously. Not only are our county staff members who are working here at our Emergency Operations Center, our local government partners, our state partners, the National Weather Service taking it seriously, but our community is taking it seriously. And I think those numbers going on the rise for our evacuation summer demonstrates that.
What were to happen if someone shows up to a shelter front doors after they're locked down?
We're going to do our best to accommodate everyone we can, but we also have to think about the safety of the individuals. For our partners who are our media partners, you guys are out here with us at the Emergency Operations Center. You know what it's like to open the door on the outside. There's definitely an impact to individuals who are on the inside. So take that into consideration at the evacuation centers. We'll do our best to accommodate our community members. We want everybody to be safe.
Ms. James Hill with ABC7. Can you talk a little bit about wind damage and also the storm surge and the problems that can present?
So obviously we're looking at, incoming damage reports. I don't have any exact details to give you. I'll continue to work with you to have those reports go out. Wind damage, you're looking at, debris, obviously that's being an issue. Power lines is a big issue right now. We're asking individuals to stay inside. If you see power lines go down, do not approach them, what have you. Obviously, we're also looking at storm surge. We're a coastal community, right? And that's really important for the coast, but also you have to think about our communities that are near our rivers, all right? So as the rain continues, you're going to see a rise in all of the water areas. Question?
If people are sheltering in place, at this point there's nowhere to safely go. What does the timeline look like today? And of course that's a moving goalpost, but what can you tell residents if they are sheltering in place about what the rest of today and tonight might look like for them?
So for our residents, our community members that are sheltering in place, again, I'd like to remind you to please go to the most center of the building that you're in. Put as many walls between you and the exterior. And this is going to be a long time. We're going to have a long day and we're going to have a long night. So rest when you can. Pace yourself. Try to stay calm. If you still have electricity, now is the time. Please charge your phone, charge your laptops, charge your iPads, anything you have that can help to give you communication externally if you were to lose power. We ask for you to hunker down, stay safe. It's going to be one for us to, all of us are in this together.
Jamie, can you bring us into the command center again? What kind of decisions are being made in there right now? What factors are being weighed?
So we have, as I mentioned before, this is something that we do. All right, we want to just let the community know that the Sarasota County government prepares for situations like this throughout the year. So our command center is focused on balancing two things, right? So we're focused on balancing the now, what we're in the moment, the conditions that we're experiencing, as well as already starting to make those preparations for after the storm. We're already thinking about operations. How can we set up rally points for us to set up points of distribution? All right, obviously we're having to monitor the entire areas because points of distribution could vary depending on the impact to the community. Another thing we're looking at is we know it's really important for government operations and for our community for things to reopen. It's still too early to tell, but we're always looking at the numbers, looking at the facts, and taking those things into consideration.
What would you have to say for folks who are maybe looking at this and their anxiety levels are high, their stress levels are high, especially if they have not been able to evacuate for whatever reason?
All right, so for my media partners, this mic, just bear with me. I would highly advise that you stay tuned to media outlets, but also take a moment to step away mentally. All right, we're going to be in this for a while. We're going to be in this situation for a while. Taking care of yourself so you can best take care of those around you. Comfort items are extremely important. This is going to be an experience for everyone. I would say while you still have cell service, while you still have phone service, call your friends, call your families, and again, always check on your neighbors. We're in this together. We're in this together.
And then conversely, what do you say to people who are not heeding these warnings, might still be out there in this storm right now?
We have a very smart community. So I would say for those individuals that have not yet heeded those warnings, that you need to make provisions. You need to shelter in place. You need to stay safe. You need to take the appropriate action. When we send out these alerts, take them seriously. This is a matter of life or death. Hurricane Ian is nothing to laugh at. All right, so it's important for everyone to follow the notifications, take it very seriously, and to start those processes to shelter in place. I'll take 2 more questions.
What is the current estimation on how long these 45+ mile-an-hour winds are going to last?
It depends. As you guys are watching the weather reports, just like we are, we're getting reports in from the National Weather Service. Ian is a slow-moving storm. So it's a storm. So we're monitoring the weather and the time frame for how long it's going to pass. It's going to be a while.
And you mentioned sending out an alert about State Road 681. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
So we're seeing the sustained winds right now, and that we just put out for the iPods that you guys got, that emergency notification. 681. That notification is getting ready to go out. What we're looking at is a wave of the sustained 45-mile-an-hour winds. Our Sarasota County emergency operations are dedicated to helping our community members as long as they can while still remaining safe themselves. So why we're putting out multiple alerts is because that wave of the winds, that sustainment, is moving northward through the county. We want to make sure that our community members know that as long as we can, we're there to support them. So you're going to get multiple reports that says we can no longer go from this point. We can no longer go from this point. Because our team members, as long as they can go out there and help our community, they will. Annie, yes?
How does it work if there's an alert issued in the middle of a call? If someone's out there almost at a place, would they continue or would they go back?
They'll do the best they can to complete the calls that they're on and then go back. All right, last question.
As far as pets are concerned, they are welcome at shelters?
All of our evacuation centers are pet friendly, and let me look at, I think I just got a recent report. We have about 560 pets across our evacuation centers. All right.
Florida Highway Patrol would like to remind people just stay off the interstate, please. They can't respond to traffic accidents.
All right. So from our partners, we're being asked to share with you and for you to share with your viewers to stay off the interstate. Now is not the time to go driving around anywhere. You've heard it from here. You've heard it from our media partners. Shelter in place. All right. Any other questions? All right. As always, we have our team members up here in the second floor of our Emergency Operations Center, our 311 center. They're answering your calls. They're going to be there for 24 hours a day. If you have any questions, please call them. Follow us on social media at SRQ County Gov. Follow our media partners. And also continue to go to scgov.net for the latest updates and helpful information. Thank you and stay safe.
Oh, yeah, that was just the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Center going over some of the information about what's happening right now. To recap, for those who are just coming into this, their emergency services have been suspended. That means first responders no longer on the road in Sarasota County. That's also the case in Manatee and Charlotte County. So continue that trend as those winds getting way too high for police to be out there.
Sure, it certainly is, and making for a volatile situation here in Sarasota County. As you just heard, you've heard the advice from our Emergency Operations Center. We are, following them as they have said. Obviously, we are pulling everyone off the roads because winds have sustained over 45 miles per hour there. And I think it's also a good time now to remind our viewers that if you are sheltering in place, as you should be, there are some things that you should follow. So with that, that means no small interior room with no windows. You don't want to be close to a window just because you're sitting in your family room, watching us as we're providing you this broadcast. You want to be kind of close away from that if it is possible. Obviously, lock all your windows. Lock all your doors. And something I thought was interesting, it is pretty humid out there, pretty warm today, but you do want to turn off your fans and AC units. That was another one that I thought was pretty interesting information from Emergency Operations Center, some advice there. Also, it goes without saying, your pets should be inside. You want to make sure that your bathtub has plenty of water. If your water hasn't been shut off yet, obviously in Siesta Key and parts that way to the Barrier Islands, that water has been shut off for several hours by now.
Yes.
But of course, if your water has not been shut off, take advantage of that now. Fill up that tub with water because you're going to need it to flush and that sort of thing. And it looks like we've got some video, Shane. Let's see what's going on there.
All right, let's check that out. We're looking at downtown Sarasota. You can see a sculpture here being blown around, barely being held together. Look at this. You've probably seen this before planning your trips downtown. I'm familiar with this one. Not too far away. It's right by Main Street. You can see that thing is just getting absolutely torn apart by those winds. Now, we've been looking at Sarasota a few times throughout the day. We saw earlier today, rooftops were getting battered around by this so badly. You can see, look, as we turn around, you can see there's some other buildings around downtown, and there's those trees just getting blown apart. Not blown apart, but at least getting thrashed pretty badly. You can see at least the leaves on the ground. I don't see any branches at this point, but you can expect these to get worse as these winds keep getting stronger and stronger, because we are still, keep in mind, we're only about halfway towards the strongest kind of winds we could be seeing in this area. So as bad as it is right now, it is going to get a lot worse in the coming hours as this day drags on. That's why it's so important for everyone to be inside. Don't be like these people who right now are on the roads.
Drive.
That is not a smart decision. You want to be inside at this point. Now, fortunately, a lot of people are making that decision. Like they mentioned in that Sarasota County meeting, a lot more people are taking them up on the shelters over these past few hours. Our James Hill gave us these numbers showing at first they had about 2,600 people in the shelters, and now, Kelsey, up to 4,200. So an extra 1,600 people on the shelters over the past couple of hours. So a lot more people seeing that this is a big problem, taking it seriously, which is exactly what they need to do, and get inside. Really, that's plain and simple.
No, stay inside, stay safe.
All right, they are emphasizing there to stay inside if you live in that area. But again, we are back here at Local News Live headquarters, broadcasting out to more than 100 TV stations across the country who are watching with a very close eye Hurricane Ian. And I'm going to take you now to our Chief Meteorologist Clay Osterly, who is standing by to give us a little bit more context from a national perspective about Hurricane Ian. Clay, what do you have for us?
Fresh update from the National Hurricane Center here. This is going to be officially the 1 o'clock update. Bring you over here to it right now. And the National Hurricane Center saying that hurricane conditions are spreading across portions of southwestern Florida. Some of the observations that they're making right now, a river estuary and coastal network station at Redfish Pass, Florida, recently reported winds sustained at 75 miles per hour. That's the number you need to hit for hurricane force winds, and gusts to 100 miles per hour. And then a personal weather station at the Sanibel Island, Florida, recently reported sustained winds of 77 miles per hour. Again, hurricane force winds with gusts to 107 miles per hour. They're also seeing at Naples Beach winds at wind gusts at 112 miles per hour right now. So want to go ahead and send it back to Victoria Shirley now.
Thank you so much for that, Clay. We will check back in with you very shortly, but we do see the Governor Ron DeSantis. He is speaking right now in Florida. Let's go straight to him.
There were some that chose to stay. I was speaking with the sheriff down in Charlotte County, and while most people did leave, they had a small number of people that just wanted to hunker down. And at the end of the day, that's a decision they made, knowing that they had the ability to evacuate and knowing what the stakes were. Nevertheless, life safety operations will commence as soon as it's safe, to be able to identify people who may be in harm's way and who are in need of assistance. And Kevin will say, I'll say a little bit about that, but Kevin will say more. We'll also hear from FWC about their efforts that they have staged and ready to go. If you are still in Southwest Florida, just please stay inside until the storm passes. It may appear to be calm at some point. You may just be in the eye of the storm, and the backside of that will get very, very nasty. The storm is expected to move across central Florida and exit Daytona Beach sometime on Thursday. We've already seen around the state tornado warnings issued far from where the hurricane is entering in southwest Florida, and those warnings will likely to continue until this finally leaves our state. So even if you're not in the direct path of the storm, you need to take all tornado warnings seriously, and you need to take appropriate precautions if that is happening in your area. The Florida Department of Transportation has just announced that Fort Drum, Canoe Creek, and Turkey Lake service plazas on Florida Turnpike are now closed. Obviously, they will try to get those open as soon as they can. We have 200,000 power outages reported throughout the state of Florida, but outside of Southwest Florida, crews are working to quickly restore power. Of course, 200,000 is a drop in the bucket for what's going to happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. There's going to be widespread power outages, particularly in Southwest Florida. We have over 100 portable cell towers ready to be deployed into the area once it is safe to enter. Once the storm is passed and it is safe to go outside, you still need to be cautious. Avoid down power lines, standing water. Stay clear of downed trees, and don't drive in standing water. And please, if you're going to use a generator for your home, do not allow that to be inside. The exhaust needs to be outdoors. Stay out of the way of emergency crews, out of flood waters, and away from all downed power lines. Stay off the roads. There's no need to rush back you're going to have a massive surge of people that are going to be going in to provide, of course, life safety assistance for those who may have stayed in some of the more hazardous areas. You're also going to have power workers going in. We were just in Lake City. I was thinking we had all these power workers, these line workers from all these different states. I saw them from Texas, Louisiana, all these different places stage. We have a massive, massive mobilization. Their job is to get in there and help to restore services. You're also going to have folks bringing in things like food and water. So there's no need to rush back in. There's going to be a lot going on in the immediate aftermath, and a lot of people's safety depends on that. You know, if you're on the roads, you're putting yourself in danger and limiting the ability of emergency crews to restore power and clean debris. Now, we don't know how much debris is going to be, but there's going to be debris, and that's going to make it very difficult to navigate some of these roads. That's why FDOT's immediate mission is to clear the roadways so that people are able to go in and access that to be able to help deliver services for people. In 2019, we were projected to be hit by Hurricane Dorian, which was a Category 5 storm. Fortunately, at the last minute, it took a northward turn and missed the coast, but we did have a really massive mobilization. This mobilization's exceeded that. This is a really, really significant effort, county level, state level, federal support. It's really been impressive to see. Director Guthrie has asked for additional airlift, hoist, and high water vehicles from DOD in coordination with FEMA. The Secretary of Defense has approved Florida's request for dual status of our National Guard forces under Title 10 to provide additional forces, which we very much appreciate. We will also be submitting momentarily a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, and we'll request that the federal government reimburse 100% of the upfront costs for the first 60 days to ensure that we can quickly recover and move forward into the response and recovery part. And if you think about this storm, we had storms that have been as strong as this hit Florida? Michael, Hurricane Andrew, Labor Day hurricane many, many decades ago. Yes. Have we had big storms that left a lot of water and flooding? We had Irma recently. This is really bringing both to the table. I mean, you're going to have massive amount of power hitting that coastline with really, really strong winds. That is going to do a lot of wind damage, but you also have the storm is so massive, and people are kind of comparing this to the track that Charlie took in 2004, because Charlie was like this, was expected to hit Tampa Bay. It turned and ended up hitting Southwest Florida. Charlie was strong, but it was a fraction of the size of what we're dealing with here with Hurricane Ian. So the effects of this are going to be broad, and we appreciate the Biden administration's consideration for the people of Florida during this time of need. When I was in Lake City, you had massive numbers of linemen, but you have those staged all over the state. There's now over 42,000 linemen and other personnel ready to restore power in 30 different areas across the state. And those linemen and other associated personnel hail from, of course, many from Florida, but from 27 different states. Of course, our Department of Transportation does have 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations, understanding how important it is to get those roadways clear as soon as possible. Supplies will be brought in by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. Airports in Southwest Florida do have teams behind, and they are going to work to clear those runways as soon as the storm has passed. We appreciate the Florida National Guard's really impressive mobilization of over 5,000 folks, as well as 2,000 additional guardsmen from other states. They have 9 Chinook helicopters ready to go, and additional 22 helicopters will be coming in after landfall that will be here within the next 24 hours. Kevin will talk a little bit more about this, but we have the 5 urban search and rescue teams. You'll hear from FWC about what they're doing, high water vehicles from Florida Highway Patrol, and of course our Coast Guard partners. There is going to be a massive effort as soon as it passes Southwest Florida to be able to get out, recon the area, and identify areas where there may be a need of rescue services. And some of these counties obviously know where residents decided to hunker down in, so they're going to be looking there first. But this is going to be really, really important to be able to get, I think in Hurricane Michael, I mean, it took a few days to be able to get into Mexico Beach. We have the air assets to be able to recon and know where the response efforts need to go. And so in total, we have nearly 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already in the major impacted areas and nearly 50 that are staged and ready to come in as needed. These include smaller rescue-oriented boats, airboats, and larger boats that will be delivering supplies by water if need be. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent us support, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. I just spoke with Kay Ivey from Alabama, and she's supporting sending some Black Hawk helicopters down to help. Governor Bill Lee in Tennessee fast-tracked a request that we had from Tennessee. We appreciate that. I was also just able to speak with John Bell Edwards from Louisiana. They've helped us, but he said, hey, we've got a lot of experience in hurricanes recently, so these guys are good. Ask us. We want to send more. And so we really appreciate that consideration, and if we need that, we certainly will do that. We also understand that people that are displaced are going to need assistance, so the Department of Economic Opportunity has already deployed funding and guidance through community action agencies to help Floridians in need of short-term support like utilities, hotel bills, and transportation if they have been displaced by this storm. Please continue to monitor local reports, weather reports. Be very cautious about going out into hazardous conditions, and then once the storm passes your area, just make sure that you're very careful, because there's going to be a lot of things, a lot of hazards that are going to be down on the ground. I know there's a lot of people that have reached out. First of all, I want to say thanks. A lot of people have offered thoughts and prayers for the folks that are in the eye of this storm, and that means a lot to us. There's also people that want to be able to do their part, and so I've directed Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We have everything we need in terms of the immediate response needs, but there will be thousands of Floridians who will need help rebuilding. And to contribute to the disaster fund, you can visit www.floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. Again, that's text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, and that's at www.volunteerflorida.org, www.volunteerflorida.org, and you can look to see of the volunteer opportunities. This is going to be a rough patch here for the rest of today and into tomorrow. But we understand how significant this storm is. Yes, there'll be an immediate response. Yes, there will be things that happen with recovery. Eventually, there won't be much media attention on this as the weeks and months go on. But we understand a storm of this magnitude is going to require an effort over an extended period of time. Those are good folks down in Southwest Florida. They've got really great, thriving communities. This is not anything anyone wants to deal with. It's not something we certainly ask for, but we're going to step up. We're going to be there for folks, and we're going to make sure that folks get back on their feet, and Southwest Florida comes back better than ever. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. As the governor has said, Hurricane Ian is approaching landfall as a Category 4 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour in Lee and Charlotte counties. At this time, the division has received nearly 1,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and 864 of those are either in process or completed. We are working as quickly as we can to address the needs of those impacted areas. This morning, I talked with each and every local emergency manager in the direct path of the storm. If you are sheltering in place in the path of the storm, we're asking you to now please visit floridadisaster.org/info and fill out our shelter in place survey. Again, that is floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter in place survey. The shelter in place survey is designed to provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your families as soon as possible. This is primarily for those who did not evacuate, so that we know where you're at. This is not a substitute for 911. If you have an immediate need, you need first responder assistance, you need to dial 911. Please understand that those 911 services may not be able to come to you right now, but again, if you need emergency services, dial 911. Even if it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. I encourage our individuals near Sanibel, near that Fort Myers area, as the eye wall starts to come on shore, if everything stops, the storm is not over. If you can hear us, if you can see us on your TV, you're most likely to have bright, sunshiny area here very soon. You are in the eye of the storm. Stay inside. Stay indoors. Do not go outside. You do not know when that eye wall will collapse. So please stay safe. Avoid down power lines and down trees and standing water when it is over. Use extreme caution. If you see any type of line, do not cut them. Do not cut fiber optic lines. Fiber optics are the backbone of our communication system that allows us to have connectivity for your cellular devices on wireless networks. It provides access to the internet. It provides access to social media. Please do not cut fiber optic lines. To the communities beginning to experience these devastating impacts of Hurricane Ian, know that the state of Florida is. We have plenty of resources to respond to your need. We have thousands of boats on the ground. We have thousands of boots on the ground. We're ready to assist you. We will make sure that all available resources are used to help you through this difficult time. Please do everything you can right now to stay safe. Thank you, Governor, very much for your for the opportunity to be here and be your director.
Thank you. All right, Colonel Roger Young, Director of the Division of Law Enforcement, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate it. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Director, for your leadership and support as always, but especially during these trying times. So on behalf of the FWC, I'm Colonel Roger Young, and know that the men and women of the FWC send our prayers and support to all those in the path of the storm at this time. But also know that the FWC officers across the state are prepared, trained, and ready for a full response to this storm. We have 100 officers outside of the affected area ready to respond with high water vehicles and specialized equipment and vessels. We also have 250 vessels staged already inside the affected area that will be ready and utilized for response to this storm. So just know that we appreciate all the support that we're getting, but officers will be ready to respond in this time. Just want to say thanks to everyone, and the FWC officers will be ready for response. Thank you.
Okay, Agency for Healthcare Administration, we have our Secretary, Simone Marstiller.
Governor, thank you very much for your leadership. Director Guthrie, you as well. Good afternoon. As the eye of Hurricane Ian makes landfall, all healthcare facilities have made the necessary preparations and stand ready for Ian's impact. Since the beginning of the emergency, our agency has been focused on the safety and well-being of residents and patients and hospitals and long-term care facilities. We've activated the health facility reporting system, and we've requested and still do request that all healthcare facilities continue to report their census, their available beds, their evacuation status, and their generator status information. And that includes even facilities that might be outside of the impacted areas, because we need to be sure that we can provide the necessary resources to assist everyone when the time comes for response and recovery. As of today, ACA's teams have coordinated with our licensed healthcare facilities in evacuating more than 7,000 patients and residents from 150 facilities. Additionally, our team has activated the Emergency Patient Lookup System, or E+. This system allows special needs shelters in impacted areas to retrieve patient medical records and help medical providers and emergency response personnel to locate missing or displaced persons after the storm. We also have nearly 400 ambulances, paratransit buses, and support vehicles standing by to respond to the areas of impact. In addition to ACA's team's regular visits to all of our licensed healthcare facilities, we have completed more than 343 additional on-site visits to our nursing homes and assisted living facilities within the cone of expectance to verify generator compliance in response to Hurricane Ian. Today, and I know you've heard the governor say this over the last few days, but 100% of our operating long-term care facilities have generators on site. We've also worked very closely with our partners at the Florida Hospital Association, the Florida Healthcare Association and Leading Age, Florida Senior Living, and the Florida Assisted Living Associations. And we've activated, working with them, the Patient Movement Mission. We know that facilities are currently bracing for impact as Hurricane Ian is anticipated to make landfall here shortly. Following the storm, the Agency for Healthcare Administration stands ready to immediately deploy our surveyors for on-site visits to the impacted facilities. During these visits, we will ensure that each facility is maintaining an appropriate temperature for residents and that all other conditions in those facilities are safe for residents. If you are a patient or resident or family member of someone in one of our long-term care facilities or any other healthcare facility, and you experience any issues during the storm that are related to that facility or your stay there or the service, please know that you can lodge a complaint with the Agency for Healthcare Administration on our website, and that's ahca.myflorida.com, using our online complaint portal. If you are a licensed healthcare provider and experience any issues during the storm, please, of course, notify your local emergency manager, but also please report through our health facility reporting system immediately so that we know exactly what your status is and what we need to do to provide you the resources and help that you need. Moving forward, the agency will continue to require these kinds of status reports for power outages, bed availability, and other needs. This has truly been a collaborative effort, and I and my team appreciate all of the work that our agency partners have been putting in. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. So as we see power outages accumulate over the next day, 2 days, the crews that are assembled, massive numbers of people, one of the first orders of business, restore power, fuel, all the essentials. Not every power outage is going to be created equal across the state over the next 2 days. When you have a storm coming in at 155 miles an hour, that's not just going to knock down a few power lines. Yeah, it's going to do that, but it also has the potential to really uproot a lot of the infrastructure that makes people connected and that is used to deliver power to people. And so that will just require a reconstruction of that. And that's something that can be done, but it's not as easy as just simply hooking up a down power line back into place. And so as you get more severe wind impacts, more powerful storm, the storm surge, that's where you're in jeopardy of seeing a lot of that infrastructure disrupted in a way that will require more than just simply rehooking it. It's also the case that you may have homes and or businesses that are not going to be able to take the power because of changes to what's happened to their structures. So just keep that in mind. The folks that are staged are mindful of those different things. They want to get in as soon as possible, assess the damage, and help do the restoration efforts. Some of that that may just be typical repair, but some of it may be more in the line of reconstruction. So just be prepared for that. I mean, we've been saying that there was going to be, significant power outages with a storm of this magnitude. That's just the reality. So it's going to pass today from Southwest Florida. As soon as it's safe to go in, there's going to be people. I've already talked to a lot of the locals. They know where they need to look to see the damage assessments, to look to see where people may be in harm's way. Obviously, folks at the state level are going to be doing the same thing, and it's important. And we want to make sure, obviously, save people that may need to be rescued, but then get these services started again, because we need to get people back on their feet as soon as possible. Okay, with that, I'll take some questions.
You mentioned that there were some people that have chosen not to stay, that lived in that were staying in evacuation areas. Do you have any sense?
That chose to stay, you mean?
That chose to stay even though they're in evacuation areas. Do you have any sense as to how many people that is? I know you're doing a survey.
Well, that's voluntary in terms of who wants to participate in that. I just spoke with the Charlotte County Sheriff, which is, of course, going to be probably ground zero for this landfall. And it's their view that the vast majority of people in that Zone A did, in fact, evacuate. Now, they have an island community where they had 31 people that were told, were offered, the transit, and they just said that they wanted to stay and shelter in place. And so I know a lot of those barrier island communities, the counties discontinued services, so they were incentivized to get in maybe a more comfortable environment. But some of those people just made that decision to stay, and they, the local officials were not going to grab them by the shirt collar and drag them out of their own house. And so they did that. And look, we've been saying that if you're in an evacuation zone, once that order is made, you're risking potentially your life by staying, and people did that. Nevertheless, as much as you may disagree with that decision, if there's people in harm's way when this storm passes that need help, we're going to be out there helping folks. I mean, that's just the way we're going to do it. And I know that the folks down there in Charlotte and the surrounding counties feel the same way. And there's a lot of resources that have been brought to bear to do just that. Yep, go ahead.
At this point, Governor, have you heard anything about, and I know it's early, so it's probably too soon to tell, but no fatalities, any serious injuries, anything like that associated with this storm?
Kevin, I have not gotten a report on that yet.
We did have 2 people transported on the tourism last night.
Question for Secretary Marsteller. Of those 150 facilities, how many were hospitals, and do you have a sense of how many patients within those hospitals that would encompass?
The most recent information that I have, 15 hospitals evacuated, and that amounts to roughly 350 patients. Yeah.
It's interesting. Of course, you guys have been following the track, I mean, it was going to be maybe North Florida, then the Tampa. People were talking about one of the worst case scenarios. Of course, it's gone down. My view on that is wherever it hits, if you're in that community, it's probably worst case scenario for you. So I don't necessarily use those. But when it was the Tampa, I spoke with the CEO of Tampa General, and they have a fortification system of their hospital that can withstand like 10, 15 feet of storm surge. And so they do that so that they can keep the patients there, because if you don't have that and you're in a low-lying area, you got to do the evacuations. A number of the hospital systems have done that, who are in those low-lying areas. I think particularly in the Tampa area, I know we had a lot of special needs evacuations, as we should have. I mean, you got to take the information that you have, and they're going to feel effects from this. But my hope is that those patients are going to be able to be brought back as soon as that storm is passed. And I don't anticipate major structural damage. Would be my hope in some of those areas.
Individual.
I probably do.
Sorry, Marilyn. You don't have a take on evacuations for Cape Coral. Just looked at. If you look at the storm surge diagrams that NWS has, it looks like there's a lot of the storm surges in that area. Sanibel and Captiva are getting hammered right now. I'm just wondering how evacuation efforts went there as they embraced the eye.
Again, all of those individuals were under evacuation orders. We don't actually have the numbers of what the percent was that evacuated versus those that didn't. I would imagine, since most of that same area went through Charlie, they probably evacuated. Again, Charlie was a fraction of the size of this particular storm, but I would imagine that most people that have lived through that, they went ahead and evacuated.
I think another issue is there were people that evacuated Tampa Bay to Fort Myers. because you see the different weather tracks, and it was thought that it would go hit Tampa, maybe go up the coast. And that was not that long ago. I mean, that was, what, 36, 48 hours ago? You go back another 12, 24 hours from that, it was going to hit Taylor County. And so I think that some of the folks in Southwest Florida, because so much focus was on Tampa, then when it says, oh, actually it may be coming here, I mean, I do think some heeded the warnings, but I think it's because the forecast can kind of be all over the map, that sometimes people say, well, you said it was there, then you said it was there. I think in the future, we tried to stress the uncertainty. When you have a model taking it to Louisiana and another model taking it to Sarasota, and then you just kind of meet, I mean, it's not probably the ideal situation. Now that we're close, once you're within 72, certainly 48, I mean, those are very accurate forecasts. But before that, I mean, there's just so much uncertainty. But I think sometimes people think, well, you said it was going to be here, and then now you're saying it's going to be here. So we'll see how it goes. I know the folks in Lee County, once that forecast changed, I know they acted very quickly, as they should have. And I know that they provided people with an ample opportunity to be able to evacuate. I do think some heeded it, some did not and chose to hunker down. And hopefully, the people that made that choice, that it works out favorably for them.
Issues are going to be specifically for the Tampa Bay area when it comes to rescue efforts from the state. What do you think the biggest issues
In the Tampa Bay area for rescue? Well, I mean, obviously we have enough assets that, and we understand that this is a big impact, that the rescue efforts are not going to be limited to one municipality or one county. I mean, you're going to potentially have more. My hope is that you're not going to need massive rescue efforts the further away you are from the storm. I also have a huge amount of confidence in the folks in the Tampa Bay area. You look at the sheriff's departments, these are very first-rate operations. They have excellent ability to respond to that. Kevin will be here. Our folks will be here if needed. But our sense is that the further away from the storm, probably the local responders are going to be able to handle that. Here in Southwest Florida, you're going to have all those local responders out, but then you're also going to have all this support, Coast Guard, FWC, you're going to have National Guard. I mean, this is a really, really concerted effort, and that's just the reality when you have such a significant impacted spot. So hopefully they don't need us to fleet resources up. We will do it if there is some really significant. But you look at the guys they got up there, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Manatee. I mean, those are really, really professional operations. Did you want Shimon, you said?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, just one follow-up question. You mentioned that there were 150 facilities with evacuated patients, and 15 of them are hospitals. How many nursing homes patients were involved in? And there's always the issue of transfer trauma in transfer of an evacuation. How many, what are you doing to kind of anticipate that trauma on those individuals?
Well, to answer your how many question first, nursing homes that have been evacuated, at least, again, most recent information I have, 40, ALFs 91, the number of nursing home residents 3,508. Number of ALF residents, 3,012. And that's the most recent information I have as of probably 10 o'clock or so this morning, remembering that the facilities are self-reporting into our health facility reporting system. Now, to answer your other question, the Agency for Healthcare Administration has many partners involved in the effort to move patients when they need to be moved. Not only do the facility staff have a role to play, but all of the associations that I mentioned earlier, right? So the Hospital Association, Healthcare Association, leading aid.
Right now, you're listening to officials in the state of Florida sharing resources and explaining what they plan to do in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. We're going to get you those details about exactly what Hurricane Ian is looking like right now with our chief meteorologist, Clay Osterley, who's standing by. Clay, any new updates? Where does Hurricane Ian stand now?
Victoria, it's not looking good. It's getting worse by the minute here across the western coast of Florida. And if you've thought to yourself so far in Florida, it's not too bad, the worst is yet to come, and I'm so sorry to report that, but we are starting to see the worst of Hurricane Ian coming ashore here on the western coast of Florida. I've pulled up this map. This is a map of personal weather stations, and it just gives us a view of some of the things that people are seeing literally in their backyards. One of the locations mentioned is Redfish Pass. That was actually quoted in a National Hurricane Center update. This is Redfish Pass right here, and there is a actual station that is still recording out there right now. I'm going to tap on this icon. I want to show you this. The last update that we have from this station, winds sustained at 94 miles per hour and gusting to 126 miles per hour. That is sustained levels at Category 2 and gusting up to Category 3 at this point, at this location. So where is this location in conjunction with Hurricane Ian? It is in the western eye wall, or the eastern eye wall, I should say, of Hurricane Ian right now. And these numbers have just gone up and gone up and gone up over the last several minutes here. I've been watching this station over the last, say, 30 minutes or so, and these numbers have just gotten worse and worse. So I wanted to show that to you. It is getting bad, and we are starting to see the full wrath of Hurricane Ian coming ashore right now. Want to take you to the latest statement from the National Hurricane Center. This was the 1 o'clock Eastern update. It's 1:36 in the Eastern time zone now. And as mentioned, Redfish Pass was mentioned at the time of that observation. So at 1 o'clock, winds were only gusting to 75 miles per hour, or sustained at 75, gusting to 100. As I just mentioned, they're now sustained at 94 miles per hour, gusting to 126 miles per hour. So we are seeing Category 3 hurricane strength out of Hurricane Ian so far, confirmed by land-based observations measuring those wind speeds. So we're already seeing that at this point. And again, as I mentioned, the worst is yet to come. Wanted to talk about the storm surge. This is a location a little bit south of there, and I can show you on the map here. So we're looking right here at Redfish Pass, just to the west of Cape Coral. At Naples, Florida, which is just to the south, we're seeing winds coming on shore and kind of paralleling the coast as well, but still pushing a lot of water and storm surge there. Here's the latest update of the storm surge that we're seeing from the gauge at the Gulf of Mexico at Naples, Florida. You'll see major flood stages at 3.5 feet. It's at almost 6 feet right now. We're seeing massive storm surge coming ashore at this point, and it is getting worse. And unfortunately, we are nearing the peak of high tide in the next probably 2 to 3 hours or so. So high tide coming in. On top of that, we have the storm surge that's also coming in too. This is a bad situation as it relates to storm surge out there. Also wanted to take you to some video that we're seeing here coming from Fort Myers, Florida. Take a look at this. Look at the winds, obviously ripping through some of the palm trees in the area. I think they zoom in down just a little bit here in a second. But what I want to point out is the storm surge. This is Fort Myers, Florida, guys. Look at the storm surge. You can see it moving throughout this portion of Florida. Houses all around, condos, businesses, restaurants, all inundated with floodwaters at this time. And that's not the worst of it yet. So we are continuing to see more and more conditions deteriorating as we go throughout the afternoon here. So I just wanted to show you that. If there's a plus side, at least we have no tornado warnings in effect right now, but winds continue to increase as Ian kind of skirts the coast. You can see it's on shore at this point, at least the eastern side of the eye wall, but the majority of the eye is still off the coast and over water. So it's likely that Ian is not going to weaken very quickly as it continues its progression off to the north and northeast at about roughly 9 miles per hour.
All right, thank you so much for that, Clay. I wanted to go ahead and jump on here and share with you some video that we've been gathering here in the Local News Live newsroom. We, of course, are keeping a close eye on our Sarasota, Florida station. And actually, I'm going to pull a quick audible here. It looks like they are showing pictures right now. So I wanted to get you out to their station. But when we come back to Local News Live, I wanted to share with you some video we've been gathering here. So let's take you out to Sarasota, Florida.
Check in again with our meteorologist, John Scalzi, who's been tracking all this. John, what are you seeing right now?
Well, we're about to make landfall. Not quite there yet, but I should imagine that within the next hour, we'll have a landfall of Ian, probably close to Boca Grande. We've been reports of some wind speeds up to near 80 miles an hour in Venice now. So this wind field is expanding northward. As the system moves over land, we'll start to see the frictional forces take effect and the system kind of spread out just a little bit and its wind field expand across the area. We're getting some thunderstorm activity, but the thunderstorms, the lightning pops are kind of decreasing in number. So those towering turrets of thunderstorm activity around the center of the storm, again, taking kind of a momentary break at least, although over land, maybe some drier air might start to filter into the system and start the process of beginning to make it degrade to a Category 3 system as it's forecast to do later in the day. But there's still plenty more time for this system to move over Charlotte Harbor and to maintain its intensity, as at least 3/4 of it now are still over water, the warm water of the near coast. We're seeing strong thunderstorm activity out here in the Gulf waters, wrapping around the underbelly of the circulation. And we're going to see, I think, the wind field over areas of inland Charlotte County start to expand as well. As the system lifts north, we'll start to see more of an upflow of winds into Charlotte Harbor, which will increase the surge potential there over the course of the next few hours. The winds that had taken the water out of Charlotte Harbor will start to decline, change direction, and the water will rush back into those areas where it was drained. We are looking at a satellite presentation that showed for a while a very clear satellite imagery of a well-defined eye, but it's pretty impressive what we're seeing here. Usually in the eye of a hurricane, you have multiple little vortices that sort of spin around, similar to what you see in a tornado. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. I think we have a little vortice up here, a little vortice down here. This one is clearly defined in our satellite view. Very impressive. The stadium effect of those clouds clearly visible as well. And the whole system beginning to approach the center of it anyway, areas right around, as I said, Boca Grande. It's a very impressive satellite picture as we watch it kind of move closer and closer to that area. Shower and thunderstorm activity heaviest off the Gulf waters, but still over land we're getting some pretty good impressive amounts of rainfall as well. You can see the dry air just to the west. These systems, they make their own environment, you know, and what goes up has to come down. So all of these big thunderstorms all around the center of circulation, shooting their air up into the sky and then sending it out in those spiral bands, has to come down somewhere, and it comes down around the edges. You see that in the Gulf waters, you see it in the Atlantic waters too. So as the system lifts northward over the next several days, our weather will start to dry out a little bit as some of that drier air is pulled in across land. And that's still several days down the road. We have to get through today. We have to get through tomorrow as well as the system continues to pull away. But I would think by Friday into Saturday, we start to see some of that drier air filter in and our rain chances significantly reduce. The spin quite visible as it gets closer to the coastline. Let's see if we can pull down some Doppler estimates of wind speeds now, moving into areas right around Boca Grande and into, say, like Rotunda. We've got an 83-mile-an-hour wind. Now, this is off the ground because it's a Doppler velocity estimate, but still, down at the surface, you're probably getting close to 80, upper 70s right now from that location. So very strong winds moving in. As we go further down, we're seeing the Doppler estimates also showing perhaps up near Northport getting some wind speeds that are also pretty impressive. There's a 51-mile-per-hour wind there. Inglewood coming in with a 40. And again, you could get gusts higher than that. There's an 80-mile-per-hour wind. So we're in it. We're going to be through it as we get through the next 12 to 24 hours. But right now, it's a very gusty, strong wind situation with increasing storm surge probable and heavy rainfalls in the forecast for the next 12 to 24 hours. Back to you.
All right, thank you, John. Yeah, a lot of us trying to get through it. Some of us in not optimal conditions, including one Bradenton woman who's here, caught in a rough situation. She's telling us about how she and her partner were trying to flee the storm, going south, thinking it would be safer leaving Bradenton. But unfortunately, they made the wrong call, finding themselves now trapped in Naples. Their hotel, which you're looking at here, cracking under the wind, some damage on their roof, and trees scattered outside. ABC 7's Michaela Redmond speaking with that couple, hunkering down, waiting for the storm to end.
This is the hotel in Naples where Deanna Wyatt and her partner are weathering the storm. The pair thinking they found a safe house. It turns out they made the wrong call. Wyatt says her alarm this morning was the metal panels on the roof flying off around 4:30. Since then, the wind has only been getting stronger. The bad weather stirring her fears about her house back in Bradenton.
We're concerned. We're concerned for our home, and I think anyone that loves their home, no matter who they are down here in Florida right now, that has half a brain is concerned about their home, whether it be flooding issues or wind damage. It's kind of scary.
Wyatt says they've been without power since 8 in the morning. The couple taking it day by day as the hurricane creeps closer. Michaela Redmond, ABC 7, your local station.
Yeah, and that just goes to show just how unpredictable these storms can be. They were going south thinking it was better because earlier the cone model, they was thinking maybe the Tampa area is what you want to avoid. Maybe like further south would be better, but then it just got worse. They went exactly the wrong direction.
Yeah, we certainly are seeing a lot of crazy new images, crazy new video coming into the newsroom and into studio. So I'm aware that we're going to get a shot here of our phones right now at ABC 7. As you know, we have a phone hotline. We're going to show you that number in just a moment here. This is our dedicated team. You can see they have been working around the clock all day answering your questions here at ABC 7. If we could show our viewers what that phone number is to call, that would help us out. We'll get that information out to you. I'm actually going to post that on my Facebook and our Twitter as well. We'll get that phone number for you to call. When in doubt, you could always go online on ABC7, mysuncoast.com, and we have all the information there that you need to know to access that phone number. So if you are just joining us now, we are here to answer your questions while you still have power, while you still see us on the air right now. If you do have any questions, we'll be able to provide you a phone number to call to answer all of your questions.
Yeah, absolutely, because we're here for you. We know that this is going to be a long haul, but we're in it for the long term. That's why we had all this set up. That's why we're doing this wall-to-wall coverage all day, not taking any breaks, because we want to make sure that you're getting informed continuously as the situation keeps developing and getting all your questions answered, because we know this is a stressful situation. I know there's probably a lot of anxiety for some of you at home, but I just want all of you to know that now is the time, even though this is a bit of a scary thing, to just take a breath and take a moment to step back and just collect yourself. Think about what you're doing right now, where you are, talk to your family, and just take a moment to realize where you are at this moment and all the preparations you've done. Look back on that and take comfort in what you've done so far to prepare for this moment, because although this will be bad, there will be damage, there will be power outages. That doesn't mean that is the end of all things. This will pass like every other storm we've seen. This one is significant, but we are getting through this one like the others, and we are getting through this one together.
And you know, it is pretty comforting when you see people sharing online the things that they're doing at home. I saw some people were working with a Wii remote. Remember those Wii game machines? Yeah, way back when, right? Someone had a Wii, and there were some, people playing Monopoly that I saw on my Twitter page. So things like that, I feel like staying entertained during this right now is going to be important. And I do think we do have another viewer image. I want to show you this right now. This is a 60-foot tall tree, fallen on the roots. And you can see right there, it took out a fence right there on your screen. This is actually in Venice, which is Shamrock Drive, sent in by a viewer. As you can see, certainly some damage there. Thank you, Eric Austin, for submitting this photo to us with our ABC7 Share It app on our website. Great shot there, showing you a visual of the damage that this storm is causing.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of these, particularly from Venice. That's been where we're seeing a lot of the big videos today. We saw that one. We saw that's where we got the one earlier. You were presenting that video showing a lake right behind a neighborhood that was really filling up with water. Almost looked like a giant river because it was rushing so heavily. That's the kind of stuff we're seeing over here in this area, because as we know, the further south we go, that's where that heavier rain and water accumulation is happening. So that's where the danger is most prominent at this moment. And for the folks out there, yeah, just make sure you're taking heed of everything and making sure you're paying attention to that water and not taking any chances. We know we have been seeing some cars on the road, and we've taken some of these live videos throughout the day, but that's something you definitely don't want to do, because like we've shown you, that water can very easily take over. It only takes 1 foot of water to get your car to be buoyant, and float away and flip and potentially kill you. That's where wherever we see fatalities for things like this, flooding and inside cars, that's where we see this happening.
Right, and I want to reiterate too, if you are just joining us, Charlotte County, Manatee County, and Sarasota County, those are all under shelter-in-place order. So you're probably thinking, what does that mean? That means you have to stay inside. Do not go on the roadways. It is far too dangerous. We've got winds exceeding 45 miles per hour in Charlotte, Manatee, Sarasota counties. That's why they've suspended all emergency services and vehicles, because it's not safe for police, firefighters, first responders to be on the road. So it certainly is not safe for you to be out on the roadways. Once again, this is standing true in Charlotte, Sarasota, and Manatee counties. It is under a shelter in place. That means don't go near windows, don't go near doors. Stay inside, obviously. You want to lock your windows, lock your doors, and something interesting, you want to shut off your air conditioning as well as your fans to conserve power. I'm also being told in Sarasota County, or no, excuse me, Manatee County and Bradenton specifically, the government of the city of Bradenton is asking people to conserve their water. Yes. You know, don't do your laundry now. Don't take your showers now. That time is over. You really want to conserve water because the wastewater facility in Bradenton is almost at capacity.
Absolutely. And it's not a bad idea to take that practice with you even in Sarasota and Charlotte counties because, you know, these problems are widespread, so it wouldn't be a shock if that happened in other counties too. So it's always good to kind of play things on the safe side. Conserve wherever you can. That's always going to be the smartest move for you. And another thing I want to mention too, as far as the shelter in place goes, as we've been talking about this before, it's so important for us to stay inside as we're kind of feeling that, you know, wind and such battering us, staying tight inside the safest parts of our area. But, you know, to remind people, for those who maybe have their power out and aren't able to check updates as quickly, the thing is, you still want to go outside, even if you feel like that storm is letting up. The eye of the hurricane may be going over you at that time, so don't think that you're safe just because it cleared up for a moment. That may be in a place where you're almost in more danger pretty soon.
Yes, that is true, Shane. And I want to bring to our viewers right now ABC 7's James Hill. He is our reporter that has been stationed out at the Sarasota County Emergency Operations Center. He's providing us an update right now with how emergency management is helping people here on the Sun Coast.
That's right, here in Sarasota at the Emergency Operations Command Center, the staff continues to work extremely hard to try to help people during this time of need. Obviously, the message is to continue to stay safe, seek shelter, stay at home, and we will get through this. Here's what I'm hearing.
So as we've been working with you and communicating to our community members and working the past few days to tell them about, you know, the opportunities to leave and seek shelter, our evacuation centers open to allow for plenty of time for people to get set up. Once those winds, if you think about the average vehicle that our community members have, know this, think about our tactical vehicles, our emergency vehicles. At 45 miles an hour, it's unsafe for them to be on the roads. So it's unsafe for our citizens in our community to be on the roads at that time. So when we make that announcement, it's time to seek shelter in place.
Sir, when you think about this particular storm and as we move forward, what are some of the things people can do at home to safeguard and try to remain safe?
Oh, good question. I mean, if they're in their home, and even if they put shutters up, it's a good idea to talk to the family and say, if you start hearing things break, if a roof damage happens, if a window comes in or whatever, or front door, we all need to move to this room. You know, a laundry room, a bathroom, a small bedroom, and get down low. This may sound strange, but for small children, it's a good idea to put shoes on their feet. Because of broken glass and things that could occur. Some people put bicycle helmets on their kids to protect them from head injuries. But for the most part, if you're in your home, you're not in an evacuation area, and you're not going to get storm surge threat, you're okay to stay in that safe room, keep everybody together, keep the kids calm throughout the event, and eventually this thing will be gone.
As the weather continues to change and information continues to become more fluid, we will keep you posted on the latest developments during this particular hurricane. Reporting from Sarasota, James Hill with ABC 7, your local station.
All right, James, thank you for that helpful update. Certainly a lot of men and women working around the clock to keep you and your family safe. I actually have an update right now out of Manatee County. You know how we were talking about the water conservation efforts in Manatee County and Bradenton specifically? All right, Manatee County government, they just tweeted this out, that 3 line breaks happened in the potable system have been reported. So we've got 3 water main breaks there. 2 of those have been repaired. We've got some phone going off. See, live news situation, right? And it looks like of those water main breaks, 2 of them have been fixed once again. The additional one of those 3 water main breaks will be repaired. This is what Manatee County government is saying as soon as the conditions improve, because right now it's not safe for crews to go ahead and repair those. So also, Manatee County government is reporting, Shane, approximately 15% of sewage lift stations are without power. So customers, once again, you're asked to limit the flushing.
Yeah, whatever you can do. Also, that goes for just showering. Any kind of water use is a good idea. You know, like we mentioned a little bit before, still a good practice, even if you're in Sarasota or Charlotte County, whatever you can do to conserve power, conserve water, that's going to become more and more important and more precious as time goes on when we see more of these outages and these breaks and issues like this. They're kind of start to pile up as this damage starts to get more serious. So whatever you can do to get ahead of that curve now, before, rather than when it's too late, that's going to be a very smart thing for you to do.
That's true. And it looks like we've got more units today. Bob Harrigan is joining us in studio next to John. You guys have been working around the clock.
John, great job too. Yeah, John,
absolutely.
John, you take it over, you know, right now. But boy, you've covered it well. We are looking at this storm. Obviously, nothing we've ever seen before.
Unbelievable, so big, Bob, so huge. I mean, last time we worked together a storm, we were really made landfall was Charlie.
Yeah, like on the West Coast. Yeah,
fit 4 of those into this one.
Exactly. The enormity of the storm, and we knew it was going to kind of happen because everything was showing that. You know, going that concentric eye wall replacement, getting in bigger and badder, and right now making landfall over Sanibel, as we see right there. So a landfalling Category 4 hurricane on the verge of a 5.
History making.
Yeah, it is. And unfortunately for people in Venice right now, as well as into Inglewood, Rotunda, Northport, you're getting the eye wall. That's the strongest part of the winds right now. And as you showed earlier, those winds are up to 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour right now, and could have higher gusts with inside there. So a devastating storm. And on top of that, you know, Charlie didn't have much storm surge. This one?
Oh, yeah, this one could.
Oh,
They're talking about 16 feet possible, and we're showing some inundation maps that are, you know, up to maybe as high as 10 to 15 feet. So.
And what you said too earlier is the fact that we have an east wind, so things aren't as bad in Manatee County.
No, and down in Charlotte County, we actually had some of the water drain out of Charlotte Harbor for a while there, but it looks to me like the winds should start reversing now as the system lifts it a little bit further to the north.
Right, absolutely.
Well, I hand you the golden clicker.
That's it, right
there. Allow
there.
you to take
and
over.
We'll see you back in about 12 hours, John. We'll still be following that, John. Thanks a lot for all your help, obviously, covering the storm. We're back on. Mike Modrick is here as well. We've got the weather team, ABC 7 First Alert weather team. We're going to go through this storm with you throughout the next 12 hours. If that is longer, we'll be here through that as well. Here's the Titan radar loop showing heavy rainfall now. And as these bands move through, that's when you're going to get those potential hurricane force winds up to 75, 85, even 90 miles an hour with wind gusts, possibly even higher than that. It's interesting to see a well-defined eye here. The pressure is still extremely low at 937. That is a major hurricane low pressure reading right now, and we don't expect it to drop anymore. In fact, what's going to happen as this makes its way over land, it's going to expand again as those pressures again come up a little bit. You're going to see that wind field expand a little bit and become a little bit more unstable. Now that heavy rain is moving into Sarasota and into Bradenton right now, also into Palmetto and into Parrish. Wauchula getting some heavy rainfall, but look at this band behind it. This is an extreme rain event, and you can see still a lot of lightning indicate a supercell there, and even banding features along the East Coast. This thing is so big that the National Hurricane Center has to worry about the East Coast of Florida, and they've issued hurricane warnings on the East Coast of Florida, and then eventually into the Carolinas. That's a possibility, but we have all this distance to go before it's all over, and there's a lot of folks now starting to be without power, I'm certain, into Charlotte County and into South Sarasota County at this time. Again, the power outages. Here we go. We're going to take a look at the map, and we'll show you that those are going to increase in intensity, especially inland. And that's important for you at home to know that once we lose power in your area, you're not going to be able to watch us unless you have, again, the ABC 7 First Alert weather app, or you go to mysuncoast.com and can watch live through there. So here it is. It's happening right now. Power outages, I'm sure and certain, they are widespread happening now near Rotunda, near Grove City, near Inglewood, stretching off toward Northport now, and eventually on into Venice. You can see that whole mess kind of runs right through Wauchula and into Arcadia, meaning DeSoto and Hardy counties are going to see an extensive power outage situation. And it's not going to be restored in a day, to a week and possibly many weeks before all the power is restored across where that main center moves through. This is a catastrophic storm. People don't realize that word or the terminology. That means it wipes out buildings, especially near the storm surge. And that storm surge, as John said, could get up to 12 to 16 feet. It's already there in some cases. It's not just the water rising either. It's the battering waves that accompany the surge. So the water comes in, you'll see it get higher and higher as the center gets closer, and then all of a sudden, on top of that, you've got the waves, and that's the reason why emergency management officials always ask people that are in the evacuation zone or in that barrier island locale to evacuate when a storm's rising, because it's not just the water, it's the waves with that water that act as a battering ram. Once again, we'll go over this next advisory coming out at 5 o'clock. Look at that pressure, 937, winds just a couple of miles away from being a Category 5. We don't expect this to get any stronger. It looks like it's made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, the strongest hurricane to make landfall in that area in history in some cases. You know, obviously we had Charlie, but it was, as John said, a much smaller storm. The radius of the winds with Charlie were only out maybe 15 miles max and caused significant damage just around and near Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, all the way into Arcadia, and then eventually into Orlando. This one has a similar path and track. It could be. Here's 120 miles an hour. That's at 8 o'clock tonight. Notice that cone, again, continues to be covering most of our area, meaning that storm's not going to deviate. It's going to go right through. There's a Category 3 in the interior portions of Sarasota County. So Duet and Mayaca City, as well as Arcadia, Wauchula, you're going to be in the path of that major hurricane, and winds still at 120 with gusts up to 150. It's that eye wall around the center that we're concerned about. And Bradenton, even though you're going to be further away, you have to realize that those winds extend some 140 miles out from the center when it comes to those tropical storm force winds. So take the center right there and move it along. And that's only 40 miles out to Anna Maria Island, and again, those winds extending a little bit further on the east side. So although in Highlands County, you're going to stay clear of that main thrust of wind, you're still going to see winds up to 60, 70 miles an hour and possibly hurricane gusts as we move through time. Look at that forecast. It's very similar and eerie. It almost looks exactly like the Hurricane Charlie cone that moved through in 2004. There we go. On Thursday morning, 70 miles an hour. By that time, thankfully, this storm will be out of here. We'll still get windy conditions out of the northwest, wrapping around that counterclockwise swirl into the eastern portion of the state. Well, here's the high-res forecast model, by the way, which has been fairly accurate since just a few days ago. So here we go. Spin it around and right through Arcadia, Wauchula, heading off into Highlands County. You'll notice that eye kind of loses the bottom part of it because that drier air starts to get entrained into the system once it loses some structure. So we're looking at that happening. That'll be a good thing, is that the storm won't be nearly as intense because it's over land. For one, it loses the fuel. Two, the fact that it's over land and we're getting a lot of frictional effects. So there's more up and down as opposed to wrapping around and getting stronger and stronger. So that's a real good sign there as it moves off toward the northeast. Orlando, and this is going to be a story here too near Daytona Beach, and then get a look at this. It heads up right to the Carolina coast. Good news is that we've had easterly wind all day long to east and northeasterly wind into Manatee County. So no concerns with any kind of significant storm surge. Now that wind is going to turn around to the northwest once the storm gets to the northeast of us into central Florida. We may get a little bit of surge there, but nothing to be too concerned about. Obviously, the big story is that it moved away from Manatee County because it made landfall further to the south. Venice, you're looking good. Nokomis, much better than it was just 24 hours ago. And Venice, maybe a little flooding there along the coastline there, closer to the core. But look at this. We're talking above 9 feet. That's the storm surge. That's, again, the water rising, and that's just above 9 feet. They won't go any higher than that in the scale, but it could be as high as 16 feet. The maximum storm surge possible and potential in Charlotte Harbor is 28 feet, and that comes from the emergency management team in Sarasota County actually looking at that. It certainly could get there, and once the storm goes by into the northeast, we're still going to have the piling on water. We've got to get that wind shift change in order to stop that. So although the center has made landfall right around here, it appears, it's still going to move off to the northeast, and we're still going to get that west to southwesterly wind. So you may think it's over in parts of Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, but that standing water could be covering a lot of those cities. Again, rainfall estimates, we haven't seen a lot, but we're going to see much more as we move through the afternoon and evening. So if you live along the rivers and streams, we could see some problems like that. 16 inches total, maybe a little high in Sarasota, but definitely some flooding occurring in some of those ponds that I'm concerned about in the neighborhoods, right? That beautiful neighborhoods have those ponds in the background. We saw some video showing those ponds already going above bank full and causing some problems. So we're going to cover this for you throughout the duration of the storm, as we said. Meteorologist Mike Modrick is standing by right now with some interesting information about many other aspects of the storm totals, the storm problems, I should say, that we're having all across West Central Florida. We've had numerous advisories, Mike, numerous warnings, and a lot of storm reports, too.
And the power outages, I've been monitoring this all during the day here, and we are up to now just shy of 500,000 outages in the state of Florida. We're at 483. I just refreshed this. 483,000 power outages. This is 10 times what we had at 6 o'clock this morning. I have to assume that a lot of this is in Charlotte County, maybe a bit of Sarasota County as well, and possibly even Manatee at this point. But Florida Power and Light serves Charlotte, Sarasota, Manatee, Hardee, and DeSoto counties, and we have at this point in those, just the Florida Power and Light counties, 284,000 outages reported right now. Duke Energy is just a little north of Manatee County and Hardee County. Those are the areas served there. They're at 32,000. This is just going to grow on through the afternoon and evening hours here. So, yeah, we'll watch for that. This is a radar estimate from Doppler radar. You see this huge surge of the moisture coming up from the southwest as the hurricane pushes on in. These are a few of the totals that we've got here on Doppler radar estimates. And near Venice, 7.4. Out here toward Punta Gorda, 5.9, Arcadia, 3.5, Northport, 5.1. You get to Sarasota, Siesta Key areas, it's almost 6 inches there. The Bradenton area running about 3.3. Lakewood Ranch would be right about here, and so we've got 4.6 showing up there. And then in the Wauchula area here into Hardee County, 3.2 inches associated with the storm at this point. One storm report of an actual wind, a measured wind. This was in Charlotte County. This was a wind gust that was 106 miles per hour as the system came on through. This is what we're experiencing. All right, these are the current winds at the Venice airport. The winds, the steady winds at 56 miles per hour, the wind gusts at 79 miles per hour in Venice. Punta Gorda Airport, the steady winds out of the east at 60 miles per hour, the wind gusts up to 94. At Fort Myers, the steady winds at 53, gusts up to 77. And then at SRQ, it's been a lighter situation up through this point, but this will deteriorate as the storm moves inland. 32 mile per hour steady winds, but having some gusts up to 62. We just received a report of some damage in Bradenton along 9th Street. Looked like an awning or something that perhaps had blown down from the picture associated with that. All right, that's the update on the power and the rainfalls. Right now, we'll take it over to Rebecca and Summer.
All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Again, I'm Summer Smith, joined by Rebecca Vargas. We're taking over for Kelsey and Shane to keep you updated on this situation.
Yes, and Summer, right now, Manatee County is holding a press conference at their Emergency Operations Center. Let's take a listen in to see what's the update here.
To get in and help clean things up. But we'll, as we move forward through the weeks to come, we will be working in an organized fashion to deploy employees where the need is greatest. And to organize a process whereby members of the community who have some time and would like to assist in the recovery effort can work through the county to do so.
Where would those people go that want to get involved and help?
I'll get with the Director of Community and Veteran Services to come up with a mechanism to get people to register and where to meet. It's going to take us a few days to get organized, But based on these early reports of the damage that's already being done with just a tropical storm winds, and keep in mind, we haven't gotten the water storm surge yet. That's going to come as the hurricane passes and goes to our north. That's when the water's going to come in, and we're going to see a lot more flooding and a lot more disruption there.
Any other tips for people staying at home today?
Just bear with it. If you have children and you've got board games, keep everybody entertained. It is going to be at least probably 10 o'clock tomorrow before the winds subside. But keep in mind what I've been saying all along. Wait until we notify the public it is safe to go outside. Just because the winds have died down doesn't mean it's safe to go outside. There are going to be down power lines. There are going to be trees that are down. There will be sharp debris. There will be broken glass. There'll be sheet metal. Anything that you can imagine that wasn't tied down or secured is going to be blown someplace. And so it is not going to be safe immediately once the winds subside. Give us an opportunity to ensure that the areas are safe before you venture too far out of your own yard. All right, thank you all. I know you've been riding this with us, so but it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
The good news is it's moving a little bit faster. So we were looking more at midnight tomorrow night. Now we're looking at probably 10 o'clock in the morning.
So has it been landfall yet, technically?
It has. Okay. Well, you know, it's interesting that you asked that.
You've been listening there to Manatee County EOC. That was Dr. Scott Hopes, of course, their county administrator. And he was talking about really telling residents to shelter in place. Even if it feels like those winds may be dying down, it is not safe to go out there. Really recommending, they wait till county managers and, all of those emergency crews get out to make sure the roads are safe.
That's right. Do not venture out until you are told it is safe. Also, moving forward, they will start helping people when they can in a few days after they assess things and see where the greatest damage and need is. All right, let's get to Chief Meteorologist Bob Harrigan for the latest on this storm. Bob?
I'll tell you, people right now should be obviously in their safe room. The safe room, if you're wondering, it's a small interior room. We've talked about it for many times, but there are some new people in town, and you got to go to your safe room when the winds start to pick up, and be near it too, even when the winds aren't that strong, because it's got to be somewhere you can go quickly, because that's how quickly things can happen in this kind of situation. And that's why they're saying shelter in place too. You shelter in place because if you go outdoors when there's a little lull, those wind speeds can pick up in a moment's notice and pick up debris and cause harm to people that may be in the way of that debris. So that's another reason. And always for your safe room, look around your home to make sure, or at least where the bigger trees are and how and where those may fall if they were to tumble. And there are going to be some more trees falling as the afternoon progresses. Look at these winds right now. Out of the northeast now, so that blows all the water out of the bay. Some of the boats I'm hearing from my friends and mariners is that their boats are resting on the bottom of the bay in Sarasota and into places like right there near Whitfield and in Sarasota Bay. So that continues to pull and push all that water out into the Gulf of Mexico. And as we heard from Scott Hopes, a storm surge is going to be around for Manatee County and Anna Maria Island, Lombok Key, but it's not going to be nearly as bad as we saw and projected if the storm had made landfall into, say, Tampa Bay. That means all onshore flow, but it's going to take a while for that water to come back in the bay, for one, as those winds will switch around basically to the west and then the northwest. I don't expect to see a catastrophic event into Anna Maria Island or Lombok Key. There could certainly be some flooding, obviously, especially if it's raining during high tide, and there may be a minor, I would say a minor, again, storm surge for those barrier islands, even down into Siesta. But the winds are very strong, obviously, as you move closer to the eye, and the eye is right over Boca Grande. Look how those winds went down to 30 miles an hour. In some cases, they're down to calm, and be aware of that. In Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, if you're unfamiliar with hurricanes, the center of the storm is actually calm. And so people have made the mistake, and I've talked to a few during Hurricane Charlie that went out during the eye as it passed overhead. The winds went calm, the sun came out, and they got caught on the backside and had to crawl to their neighbor's house, this one gentleman in particular, as the storm really picked up on the backside. So the 70-mile-an-hour winds in Punta, Gorda right now, 65 at Harbor Heights, Port Charlotte, 66, 69 in Northport, 70 miles. You're going to see extreme power outages.
All right, you are watching our coverage from our great TV station in Sarasota, Florida, WWSB, and we are looking at all of our feeds to bring you the very latest video as Hurricane Ian is hitting Florida with 155-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to be talking with our very own Clay Osterley here in a moment, but first I wanted to show you this video from Fort Myers, where we're seeing plenty of winds there. And Clay, Fort Myers, what's it looking like on the map of what they're experiencing?
Yeah, well, at the moment with Fort Myers, they are pretty much in the western, or I should say the eastern eye wall at this point, and they are experiencing some of the worst that Hurricane Ian has to offer right now. A station just to the west of Fort Myers at Redfish Pass recently reported sustained winds of 94 miles per hour with gusts up to 126 miles per hour. So that's well over a Category 3 hurricane status. So we are certainly seeing Category 3 wind gusts so far. Can't tell you that we won't see, as this storm continues to come ashore, winds that are even higher than that. It's likely that we will see some wind gusts even higher than that.
All right, and Clay, for those of us who may just now be joining us and haven't been following Hurricane Ian at all, kind of give us the baseline stats on Hurricane Ian right now.
Well, Category 4 hurricane right now, winds sustained at 155 miles per hour. That's both confirmed by Hurricane Hunter aircraft and land-based radar data that we are seeing coming in from the Tampa Bay area. And movement is a little slower than it was yesterday at 9 miles per hour right now off to the north and northeast. We were expecting it to slow down even more, but new forecast coming out looks like Ian's going to go ahead and try to make its trek across Florida here over the next 12 hours or so. And lastly, pressure, of course, is at 937 millibars. And for most people, that doesn't mean a whole lot. But what it means to meteorologists that are keeping track of this is that Hurricane Ian is maintaining his intensity. It's not weakening. It's not strengthening right now either. So that is, of course, good news. But when we talk about the level that Hurricane Ian is at a Category 4 hurricane status, 155-mile-per-hour winds, we are on the upper end of a Category 4 hurricane. You need 157-mile-per-hour winds to be considered a Category 5 hurricane. So we're pretty much right at that threshold. It's not going to make much of a difference between 2 miles per hour, whether it's a Category 4 or a Category 5 at this point. It is going to be a catastrophic hurricane no matter what. So when we take a look at the radar, clearly see Hurricane Ian's eye and eye wall has now come ashore, and you can see that some of the stations that were reporting the worst of the winds are now actually in the eye of Hurricane Ian. Likely seeing a little bit of clearing in the skies. It does calm down in the center of the storm a lot of times, but here's the bad news for everybody that is now thinking maybe the worst is over. You've got this whole back edge to go, and the winds are just as bad on that side, and they come from an opposite direction that they've been coming from. So anything that's leaning one way, that's all weakened and leaning and not being supported by much, now the winds come in the opposite direction, knock everything over in the opposite direction. And so, generally speaking, it's just as bad on the other side of the storm as it comes ashore. So please don't let your guard down if you're seeing the sunshine come out right now in areas around Fort Myers Beach, Cape Coral. Redfish Pass is one of those sites that we were talking about a little while ago as well. Now, you'll also notice, of course, that Ian does continue on a track kind of to the north and slightly to the northeast. This is Sarasota, Florida, right here, where we've been watching coverage from WWSB, and we've seen winds as high as a little over 60 miles per hour so far. But then, of course, you were seeing their chief meteorologist there show some wind speeds at around 83 miles per hour recently. What I can do is I can try to point out where that's happening right now. Likely seeing some of that going on right through here. So Punta Gorda was one of the places that he specifically brought up. 82 knots is the latest gust that's coming in from that area. Guys, with that information coming in, we have to be getting close to 100 miles per hour there. I'm just doing quick math in my head. So we have to be getting close to 100 mile per hour wind gusts with the latest observation on that one. And then this one here is the Venice Municipal Airport just south of Sarasota with winds gusting at around 70 knots. And again, we're getting close to 90 miles per hour on that point. So it is really getting serious very quickly here across these areas that are starting to see the worst of the impacts of Hurricane Ian. Did want to just show you quickly here the last update that we got from the National Hurricane Center, because they did put out their big advisory on Hurricane Ian here recently. So this is the 2 o'clock Eastern. This was issued about 19 minutes ago. Ian causing catastrophic storm surge winds and flooding in the Florida Peninsula. Still at 155 mile per hour winds, still at 9 miles per hour off to the north-northeast, 937 millibars for pressure if you're keeping tabs on it. One of the new things that I did want to bring up is listed under the graphics here. So this is the projected path of Hurricane Ian, and I can zoom in here a little bit further. So here it is right now. It's going to be a major hurricane at landfall. It's already made landfall on western Florida, maintaining hurricane status for a little while, transitioning into a tropical storm, but comes off the eastern coast of Florida, just south of the Jacksonville, Florida area, and then recurves into South Carolina on Friday evening. The biggest difference between the last big advisory that we got from the National Hurricane Center and this one is they have added a hurricane watch for the East Coast, Georgia and South Carolina. I think Savannah, Georgia in that area specifically. That's what you'll be looking at there. So our station WTOC likely starting to elevate their coverage a little bit more too. New model data coming in this morning supporting the thinking that Ian could approach Category 1 hurricane strength once again as it nears the east coast of South Carolina and Georgia on Friday evening. So that's another big update that just came out here with the latest advisory from Hurricane Ian. But Victoria, I hate to say it, several more hours of catastrophic conditions to go on the western Florida Peninsula, as well as through the central Florida Peninsula, as well as Ian continues to make its progress to the north.
All right, Clay, before I let you go, we just got some new video in from the hurricane hunters from inside the storm. And before we get to that, can you give us a little context of why hurricane hunters are flying through Ian's powerful winds? Why do they do that? And then I'm going to show our viewers here that video. Well,
It's invaluable data that they are collecting. And so, a lot of people think it's probably a crazy idea to do. And it's a wild ride. We just got reports from one of the reconnaissance missions that came in that said it was the worst flying conditions they've experienced to date, where they lost about 1,200 feet of elevation while punching through the eye wall of Hurricane Ian due to severe turbulence. I mean, they just dropped, even though their nose was pointed up. So it is very turbulent inside of hurricanes, and particularly inside of Hurricane Ian. But the reason that they fly through these through these hurricanes is because they are dropping little tubes out of their airplane the whole time. We call them radiosondes. And these radiosondes are collecting all types of data on the way down from wherever they are at whatever altitude they are all the way down to the surface of the ocean. And so they're collecting wind speed data, they're collecting pressure, they're collecting all kinds of good data. And then we take that data and we plug it into the weather models, and it gives us a better understanding of what's going on inside of the hurricane. That way we can better elevate the forecast accuracy of each model run that we get. Not only does it elevate the accuracy of each forecast model run, but it also lets us know currently what's happening inside of that hurricane or what's happening inside of that storm. That way we know what level it's at. Is it a Category 1? Is it a Category 3? And is it strengthening? Is it weakening? What's going on inside of that? So all of those things can be brought to us by those hurricane hunter missions. And then, of course, not only that, but another really interesting aspect of all of this is your local National Weather Service office launches weather balloons twice a day. Well, over the last several days, to try to help with elevating that accuracy of forecasting the eventual track of Hurricane Ian, Basically, every National Weather Service office east of the Rocky Mountains have been launching weather balloons 4 times a day to increase the input in the model data that we have. So a lot goes in to gathering that data, and it's all to make sure that we save life and property and protect it as best as we can to get the most accurate forecast as quickly as possible and let people know what the probabilities of a catastrophic hurricane striking their area is.
Excellent explanation. I didn't know a majority of what you just explained, so excellent context to set us up for these pictures that we just received in. And it shows a hurricane hunter, Nick Underwood of NOAA, took these pictures, and a hurricane hunter who flew into Ian says, "I've never seen so much lightning in an eye." So Clay, most people think of the eye as this calm, serene break from the storm. Can you shed some light as to why there would be lightning in the eye?
Well, and it's more so the eye wall where all of the lightning is. And yeah, I can certainly add some context to that. Of course, if you look here at this map that I'm pointing at, this is the calm. This is the clearing where there's no data in the middle. That's the calm everybody talks about. The sun is often out in the eye of the hurricane. Very calm winds going on in there. Where they're seeing all of the lightning is in the bright colors where you would expect to see the rain and the thunderstorms and all of that. And so what he's referring to, of course, is probably looking across, looking at the eye wall and seeing all the flashing lightning. I got to tell you, it's not uncommon for hurricanes within their eye wall to generate some lightning, but even myself, several hurricane experts that I follow as well have said the same thing. Ian is generating a lot of lightning, which was very concerning for all of us that were following Ian and trying to project its strength. Because generally speaking, when you have that much lightning going on around the eye of that hurricane, it means that it's in a strengthening trend. And so, of course, there are a lot of atmospheric things that are at play when it comes to Hurricane Ian. But the fact that it's still generating that much lightning just means that it's holding its strength, and it doesn't want to go out without a fight.
All right, here's another look at these images from Nick Underwood. He took images inside the storm, and this hurricane hunter says, "I've never seen so much lightning in an eye." And of course, we have Clay Osterly, our chief meteorologist here at Local News Live, explaining why hurricane hunters fly through Ian's powerful winds to forecast intensity, and they literally plunge a plane into the eye wall of a storm. And Clay, you had mentioned there are recent reports of a plane even losing altitude because of the strength of this storm, right?
Yeah, and again, listen, you're flying into a very powerful storm, right? So you expect turbulence, and that's just part of it. And generally speaking, whenever they do punch through the eye wall, there's a lot of up and down that happens due to all of those powerful winds that are located in the eye wall. But what was incredible is to hear a Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter pilot say that it's the worst he's ever experienced.
Wow.
Because, I mean, let's face it, you're flying on a commercial airline, you get a little bump and you get jostled around a little bit. You're talking about maybe 20 feet of drop at the worst that you experience on a commercial airline. They dropped 1,200 feet uncontrolled with their nose pitched up when they passed through on one of those flights through the eye wall there. That likely gives somebody that's not used to that a heart attack, but it scared the pilots even there, because they said that their nose was pitched up 15 degrees and they fell 1,200 feet. They also mentioned that they had hit hail as they punched through the eye wall. That's a little intriguing. Don't see that too often, but there were dings all over the nose of that C-130 that they fly. They took pictures of that as well. That's a dangerous situation to be in.
Yeah, and Clay, some incredible work these hurricane hunters do. encountering scary situations, all for the good of the masses of the public that are in the path of these storms. I did want to mention that this video you see on your screen is from Fort Myers. Can you show us where Fort Myers is in relation to where Hurricane Ian is right now?
Sure. So when we come in here, so basically Cape Coral right here, this is basically Fort Myers. So you can see Fort Myers right there, Cape Coral, Fort Myers Beach. And as mentioned, they're in the eastern eye wall of Hurricane Ian right now. That's why Punta Gorda is also reporting such bad winds right now. It's in the northeast quadrant of the eye wall right there. So Fort Myers, Florida right here, Fort Myers Beach. And that's likely where we're getting that shot from, is Fort Myers Beach, because you see so much water in the background back there. So you're definitely getting a shot of the ocean. But this is the area right through here where we're seeing that live shot come from. And this circle of thunderstorms around the center of circulation is the eye wall, and that's where the worst of the winds are, and that's why we're seeing such bad things happening right now in Fort Myers as well as surrounding areas. Of course, coming into the Venice area, and then Sarasota is up there to the north as well. So just continuing its trek up to the north and northeast, it will gradually continue to slide on shore as we go through the next several hours.
And speaking of the Fort Myers area, we just got some new pictures from Naples, Florida. I want to pop up here for you. Naples is certainly in the path, and here's some pictures showing extensive flooding in Naples, Florida from Hurricane Ian. You can see significant amount of flooding right there. It looks like this is a coastal area. Naples is also, give us some context, Clay, since you're at the map. It's nearby Fort Myers, am I right?
Yeah, well, it's south of Fort Myers. It's close, but it is south of Fort Myers, and it's really interesting to see the level of storm surge that's already causing massive flooding there in Naples. Because what happens is, and I can show you this. So this is Naples, Florida, right here.
Oh, yeah, this is Naples, Florida. Yes.
Yeah, right. So that's the picture. If we take a look at the map, this is Naples, Florida. This is Naples, Florida, right here. So what's been happening at Naples so far is most of the winds have been kind of paralleling the coast. You can kind of see that because of the counterclockwise circulation there. But now winds are coming in at Naples. And so even more storm surge is going to be taking shape. And in fact, I do have a graph here pulled up at Naples at the Gulf of Mexico. Now, this is what I want to point out about this. So you can clearly see the up and down of the tides right here in this graph. Notice this is normal. This is just normal tides, not causing an issue. And then as the storm surge came in from Hurricane Ian, we just shot straight up, and we're still going up right now, which is not surprising because of the reason that I just mentioned. That onshore flow is now really starting to pile in. And so we're up at 6.2 feet with the last observation that was made there at the time. Let me just see if I can refresh that just to make sure that I'm getting it. So it's possible that this station may be even without power at this point, because the last observation we got was at 1:06 in Eastern time zone. It's now 2:32 Eastern. So it's likely that this is higher now due to the fact that it's not reporting anymore. It's well above major flood stage. That's why you're seeing the images coming out of Fort Myers and as well as Naples. This is just classic storm surge signature right here. And the unfortunate aspect of all of this, probably within the next hour or so, we're actually nearing high tide as well. So you're at a high tide level, storm surge stacked on top of that. It's the worst combination that you can get when it comes to storm surge.
All right, and Clay, we were streaming Sarasota, Florida's coverage when they made the announcement that they are withdrawing all emergency services from that area. So I did want to play a clip from the mayor announcing that. So let's go ahead and take a listen in.
We just made the decision just now to withdraw all of our police officers from the streets just because of the sustained wind pressure that we've been having.
All right, Clay, and I wanted to bring you the story of a woman who faced the decision of whether to evacuate or not. And Clay, you've been talking about the importance of evacuating because of situations like this, where at some point, Clay, when the winds get too strong, the emergency personnel, they just say, we have to shelter in place.
Right.
We have to stay and be healthy and be alive for the aftermath of this storm. And I do have a clip that we just received from a woman who faced that decision, whether to evacuate or stay. And let's listen to what she has to say.
Can you hear me? Okay. I was about to say, we waited almost until last minute to evacuate because we don't really know anybody down here. It's just us. So we had a couple opportunities going to Lehigh, but I felt like safer grounds was a little bit better than right in the middle of the storm. They have. It's what me and him picked to do, and that's what we stuck with it. We were just like, let's just stay home. If anything happens, we have everything that we need here. We got food, we got water. As of right now, we still have electricity. So it's all okay for right now. We'll see though later on. We talked about it. We said that we would go into the laundry room because we did hear that more of the pipelines in there would help us stay a little bit safer. So we said that we would go there. It's in the middle of the house. There's no doors. There's no windows. And it's just a really small, compacted area.
All right, there's a little insight to what people are dealing with down there in Western Florida. I do have some video I wanted to share with you, and Clay can potentially help explain this phenomena. But let's take a look at it here. This is where Hurricane Ian has sucked water away from the coast in Tampa, Florida. Clay, I've heard of tsunamis doing this, but why would a hurricane suck water away from the coast?
Well, so Tampa Bay is located on the north side of the storm, and the opposite of what is happening down to the south side of the storm, where all of the water is piling into all of the bays down to the south, the opposite is happening in Tampa Bay. The winds are blowing offshore, off into the Gulf of Mexico, at such a strong and powerful rate that it is literally pushing water out of Tampa Bay. So where those people are walking right now, that is normally Tampa, that is literally the bay. That is underwater, that boats are there, people are fishing there, all of the above. So they are literally walking on Tampa Bay in this video that you're seeing right now. And if you want a visualization of this, I can certainly show you on the map of why this is happening. Again, winds flow this way, counterclockwise, around a hurricane. We have 155-mile-per-hour winds on this side, and then winds going that way on the other side, right? So if we just stop this, we can get this to the latest image. And I'll draw on this for you a little bit and show you what's going on. So this is Tampa Bay right here, okay? This is Naples, Florida. This is Fort Myers, Florida, where we've been seeing all of the flooding. That's because the winds are coming in this way. And that means all the water's coming in this way. Tampa Bay is right here. All of the winds are blowing this way and blowing the water out of the bay. And so that's why we're seeing all of that. We've had some reports around Sarasota of some of the smaller inlets and bays there of the same thing happening. The water is moving out of those bays that are around Sarasota, and they are reporting that boats are literally just sitting on the bottom, just sitting on the ground out there. So that's why, because again, all of the winds around a hurricane are flowing counterclockwise like that. And we have the extreme opposite going on the south side, water coming out of the bay this side, water going into all of the bays, flooding, storm surge, inundation, all of those people that are now underwater, all on the south side of the storm.
Wow, incredible stuff there. Thank you so much for that explanation, Clay. We are going to continue gathering news and coverage here into our newsroom here at Local News Live headquarters and share them with you. Again, we are taking a look at this storm from a national level, but we do have a station and boots on the ground from several of our great TV stations down there in that hurricane, and we're going to continue deferring our coverage to them. Right now, we're going to take you to Sarasota, Florida, where our station WWSB has been streaming and airing their coverage around the clock.
A peak gust of 66 miles per hour that came in at SRQ. That was just a few minutes ago. The steady winds at SRQ are 36 miles per hour. All right, that's the look at the weather here at this point. And I think we'll take it back to Summer and Rebecca at this point.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. It's amazing to hear about the fact that the power outages have happened. I mean, we know that it was going to happen. It was a matter of when, not if. And we're even seeing it as we check social media, our own friends and family.
Right. And it started earlier than expected. A lot of people lost their power yesterday, and some are still without it before the storm even really hit. So, all right, let's take a look at some viewer video that just came into our newsroom. And this is from Daniela in Sarasota. As you can see, branches all over the ground, the wind picking up. And thank you, Daniela, for sending this in.
I know, and you
there you
think
go.
This is, you know, a condominium complex. People don't have anywhere to protect their vehicles, you know. At this point, you hope to have a garage or an awning or somewhere, or you just hope at this point that those trees and limbs don't damage your car in the process.
And that is a big concern. We've even talked about that among our coworkers. Just where do you put your car if it's out in the open? So if you don't have a garage, you definitely don't want to put it over an awning necessarily either, because that could fall on it.
Exactly. So a lot of things we are keeping our eyes on right now. We're trying to pull up some more video from you. Please, if you have anything, if you see anything safely, that is, send it in on mysuncoast.com. You're taking a look right here. Click right here at the top. We're highlighting for you with the little hand says share it. It's so easy. Just click and add your media, and you can add photos. You can add videos. We want to see you and your families. How are your pets doing right now, braving this storm? How are you guys getting through it? If you did in fact lose power, are you playing with puzzles? Have you already eaten through your hurricane snacks? We hear people joking about that. Right, the kids. Save that. We've got some more video coming up into our newsroom. And this is pretty interesting to see, Summer. This
from the Manatee River.
Exactly. This is them sucking up water there. Take a look. The officers with the Bradenton Police Department capturing it. And that's it right there. Water completely sucked out of the Manatee River.
And they say it's just going on out. The hurricane's sucking up that water, taking it back out into the river or bay, wherever it is. And that's what happens when these storms hit.
I wondered, we'll have to ask Bob about this, if this is a good thing or a bad thing, because you don't want the water, obviously, like a storm surge, to come onto the land, but pulling it out. But where is it going to get dumped? Or is it going to get dumped somewhere else that we don't want it?
I think we need to go to the expert for that. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Bob. Yeah, it's interesting to see that water all going receding like that. So where's it going?
Right. You know, here's the thing. It's going out into the Gulf, and it's getting wrapped around into the center of what Ian is now. And that's the reason why the storm surge is so high. It's all about the winds and the rotation and the direction around the center. Had that storm center made landfall, which it was proud to do at one point, into Tampa Bay, we would have all that onshore flow, and obviously we wouldn't have that emptying out of the bay. Now, you have to go back to Irma. We did see it with Irma, actually stranded some manatees. It happened so fast. Manatees were stranded because of the shallowness of the bay, and there had to be some rescues. I remember that quite vividly. And before that, you have to go back to all the way to 1960. 1960, Hurricane Donna caused this same situation where we had the bay empty out. So it does happen occasionally. It's all about where the storm moves, and this one, like Donna, is moving in this direction here, and Donna emptied out the entire Tampa Bay. People say we were able to walk across it at one point from Pinellas to Manatee County. I want to get back to those winds there again. Now you can see 69. These are, again, wind speeds coming in. 72 at Northport. You're in the eye wall, and notice the direction out of the east there at Harbor Heights. 58 in Venice, 78 at Minnesota Beach, Englewood at 70 miles an hour. And that doesn't factor in the gust either. We've had gusts, as we heard from Mike Modrick, say in some cases up to hurricane force. And the forecast for Punta Gorda, we're looking at 104 and possibly much higher as we move through time. Then the eye moves through, the winds calm down, the wind direction changes as the winds rotate around in a counterclockwise swirl. 71 into Sarasota, 60 in Braden. And you have to realize we had rain all day today in a lot of places. It's been coming and going, right? And on top of that, the stress on the trees and the root system that hold those trees in place are getting taxed, and it's a very daunting situation for those trees to try to stay up. And each time we get more rain and more wind gusts, it puts more pressure on that. So I expect to see more trees down throughout the next couple of hours, which will increase the incredible power outages we've heard from Mike Modrick, and they're coming out now. Up nearly 1 million people, if I'm not mistaken, are without power across the state, and those numbers will continue to climb. This is going to be a huge job for FPL and all the different, again, power companies that have moved in from other states, because we all kind of work together. It's going to take a long time. You think I can get it in a week? Some places will be without power for 2 weeks, 3 weeks at times. So that's going to be an issue as we move on through. Here again is that forecast off to the northeast. 71 northward at Wauchula, 34 at Bradenton, and 25 into, this is as we move through time. So Thursday morning, things will calm down considerably here along the west coast of Florida as we move through it. Well, this is the Titan radar picture loop, and it's quite clearly that it's made landfall. I don't know why the National Hurricane Center is waiting to make that statement, but if you look at it, there's the central portion of the pressure right there at Sanibel, and again stretching off toward, again, Fort Myers. You can see that quite clearly. And then also into Englewood and Rotunda, Placida, heading off toward Northport. This is the eye wall right here, if you will. But this is one of only, get this, 5 hurricanes to make landfall with 155 knot winds, or 155 mile an hour winds. So you have to go back, well back. Andrew and again Michael. Those are just 2, and the Lake Okeechobee storm, the Key West storm as well. So there hasn't been a whole lot. Camille is one of those 2 that made landfall with winds in excess of.
All right, we will continue to check back in with our Sarasota, Florida station. I do have Nick Lawton with me. He's in Studio B. He's been looking all over social media to kind of give us a look at what things look like right now in Florida. Nick, what have you found?
Well, Victoria, we have been scouting everywhere, from sports teams across the state of Florida to local representatives, state representatives, and also anyone who is currently trying to get as much information to anyone who would be going to a certain part of Florida for large gatherings like theme parks or sporting events. So far, we've gotten a statement from Florida State University, which is based in Tallahassee, but talking about how they've already closed campus to make sure that students can get home. We've got this statement from Florida State University in, quote, out of an abundance of caution, FSU canceled classes beginning Tuesday to allow students to travel safely out of the area if they so choose. Before traveling, students are encouraged to discuss plans with family and friends. Do not travel into the path of the storm. Please continue to monitor the latest weather information from the National Weather Service or other official weather sources for information outside the Tallahassee area. Again, that's from Florida State University, the home of the Seminoles in Tallahassee, Florida. Now, we've also gotten the latest graphic from information out of Disney World, which is based in Orlando, Florida. They've sent out their own graphic of information as well, saying, quote, given the latest projections, Walt Disney World theme parks and water parks will be closed on Wednesday, September 28th, that's today, and Thursday, September 29th. Disney Springs will be closed on Wednesday, September 28th. We anticipate Disney Springs will be closed on Thursday as well, and we will provide updates as we continue to track the storm. We are monitoring weather conditions so we can make timely decisions for the safety of our cast and guests, including when it's safe for cast to return to the site to prepare for reopening. Obviously, these are all sources that we'll continue to monitor here on Local News Live, but also we've been seeing tributes being put out in the Tampa area as well. Specifically, this photo tweeted from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers simply saying, "Stay safe, Florida," including pictures of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers football players as well. We've also gotten a tweet from the Tampa Bay Rays baseball team basically just telling everyone to stay safe as much as possible. But there's also warnings being put out in the Tampa area as well. Specifically, this tweet from Tampa Bay Police, which is not playing around in their tweets, saying, "Warning," with emojis, "Now is not the time for sightseeing. Officers are continuously clearing cars from Bayshore Boulevard due to people coming out to see or walk on the low tide. It is not safe to be out on the streets. Please stay inside." Believe it or not, people actually wanting to get out to get any video or pictures of what things are looking like out there. The Tampa police are not having any of it. We're now going to get you to a tweet, one of the latest tweets from specifically Tampa State Representative Kathy Castor on Hurricane Ian's tweeting, quote, "Prepare for catastrophic flooding. Roads and bridges will be impassable. High winds will knock out power. If you were thinking about staying put, Tampa, please reconsider." And not only that, but also we've got a tweet from a prominent Republican and Florida politician Marco Rubio and former presidential candidate Marco Rubio as well, trying to get as much information out there as possible. Marco Rubio tweeting, "Hurricane Ian will cause catastrophic storm surge in Southwest Florida. If you ignore evacuation orders, you are going to drown. Please leave now." Those are just a few of the latest social media reaction that we're getting to Hurricane Ian as it makes landfall across the state of Florida. We'll continue perusing everything we can to bring you the very latest. But for now, from